Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of September the 26th, 2023. In a moment, I will be introducing our guests who will be bringing the invocation. Following the invocation and the pledge, Dr. Jeff Williamson, our Communications Division Manager, will be reading a proclamation recognizing Florida Climate Week, and he will introduce the Orange County Export Report and Art in the Chambers presentation. Today we are fortunate to have been joined by one of the esteemed ministers and clergy from our community, Reverend Dr. Gabriel Salguero is pastor of the Gathering Place, a Latino-led multi-ethnic Assemblies of God congregation here in Orlando, Florida. Reverend Salguero is also the president and founder of the National Latino Evangelical Coalition, a national coalition of several thousand evangelical congregations in the United States. He was also the former director of the Hispanic Leadership Program and the Institute for Faith and Public Life at the Princeton Theological Seminary. Reverend Salguero is a powerful voice on issues that affect the close to 9 million Latino evangelicals in the United States. His leadership through NALEC offers an important voice for the growing diversity and changing demographics in our country. He has written extensively on Latino evangelicalism, immigration, racism, and multicultural congregations. He has been named as one of the nation's most prominent Latino evangelical leaders by the New York Times, Huffington Post, the New York Observer, and many others. He has served on numerous boards and councils, including the White House Faith-Based Advisory Council, the National Association of Evangelicals, and the Coalition of Latin American Evangelicals, just to name a few. You can see here he has been busy. I want to take this opportunity to thank Reverend Salguero for his leadership, also on the Orange County Citizen Safety Task Force. He holds a BA in Spanish and History from Rutgers University, a Master's in Divinity from New Brunswick Theological Seminary, and a doctorate in divinity from the Eastern Nazarene College. He is married to Reverend Jeanette Salguero, and they have 2 sons. Thank you, Reverend Salguero. After the Pledge of Allegiance, we will hear the invocation from Reverend Dr. Salguero. Join me in the pledge, please. Pledge allegiance to our great nation. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let us pray. God, we invoke your presence in this meeting as we plan, as we strategize, as we govern. And together with your presence, we invoke your assistance, that you would gift us the gifts of governance, wisdom to judge rightly, empathy to judge with compassion, strategy to judge with direction, humility to judge under the gaze of your guidance. We absolutely need you. To govern is a great gift and a great challenge, so we lean on you. As the wise proverbist says, let us trust in the Lord with all our hearts and lean not unto our own understanding. Would you be with us in this meeting and throughout the day, and that in all things we may bring to your name glory. We pray this in the matchless name of Jesus. Amen.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Gracias por venir.
Para servir.
Muchas gracias.
Para servir.
Thanks for your service.
Thank you, Reverend. Thank you very much, Mayor. As the Mayor said, we have a proclamation today, and the proclamation is for Florida Climate Week. Florida Climate Week. And the proclamation reads, whereas over the last several years, impacts from climate change have continued to persist in Florida, including unprecedented hurricane and storm events, coastal and inland flooding, and record-breaking temperatures. And whereas Florida Climate Week was created to address the challenges and opportunities of climate change in Florida, and whereas Avolo Foundation, a family organization fighting climate change, along with other nonprofit organizations, government entities, volunteer and professional associations, elected leaders, and news media is dedicated to educating residents and visitors about the climate crisis so they may take action to effect positive change that can safeguard themselves, their families, communities, and businesses. And whereas during Climate Action Week, Orange County reaffirms its commitment to creating a more sustainable, healthier, and greener county for future generations. And whereas in Orange County, we will continue our efforts to decrease carbon emissions, make our community more resilient, and take action to combat climate change. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim October 2nd through October 8th as Florida Climate Week in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 26th day of September, 2023, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation will be Carrie Black, Chief Sustainability and Resilience Officer for Orange County Government. Carrie.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. Florida Climate Week is a free virtual event featuring sessions on different climate-related topics and is available to anyone, available to the public. And so I invite members of the public to learn more at floridaclimateweek.org. So while next week we will be celebrating Florida Climate Week, here at Orange County, every day we are working to make our community more sustainable and resilient for our residents. The work we are doing ranges from the recent code amendment approval for enhanced tree protection, hosting an annual residential and business solar co-op, participating in the Department of Energy's Better Buildings Challenge, focusing on reducing our own buildings' energy usage, to pollution prevention efforts and awareness, including a very successful Fix It, Don't Pitch It community event this past weekend, to also the critical ongoing work of updating our wetlands ordinance. We are working hard to address the challenge of climate change, and we so greatly appreciate the board's support. To members in the audience, if you work on environmental or sustainability projects, please come up and join us for the photo. Thank you so much.
No, you're fine. No, you're fine.
See what happened? It doesn't matter. I am live. Monsters Incorporated. My family is such fun. Okay, so my son goes, you guys are like, yeah, we gotta go look if he's back behind. On a pole. I'm like, yep, that was.
All right, thank you very much, Carrie. Thank you, Mayor. Next, Mayor and Commissioners, is a presentation of the Central Florida Export Report. The Central Florida Export Report, bringing that report, is Chris Leggett, Program Manager with the National Entrepreneur Center, Central Florida International Trade Office. Mr. Leggett.
Thanks very much. Good morning, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, and fellow members of the dais. I'm Chris Leggett, Program Manager at the National Entrepreneurs Center, Central Florida International Trade Office. The NEC is an international award-winning small business support organization, including my program, which has served since 2014 to help Central Florida businesses grow and become more competitive by exporting and importing. My office provides one-on-one counseling to help Central Florida businesses determine whether international trade is right for them, and then connects them to the resources that can help them get started exporting and importing. Additionally, we host and participate in public events on a variety of trade topics, which we would be pleased to do for you as well. Furthermore, we facilitate the visits of international delegations and connect them to local businesses and economic development offices. We also provide county-level trade information to the region through our export report, which is why I'm here today. Selling to the world is not just a dream within Orange County. It's already happening successfully here today. In fact, you'll read in the Central Florida Export Report that in 2021, our region exported $4.8 billion in goods, of which over $3.5 billion originated in Orange County. Top export markets for Orange County included $316 million exported to Brazil, $171 million in exports to Mexico, and $163 million exported to Canada. Top products exported from Orange County included $1.4 billion in aerospace. This is why companies like Astronix Test Systems ensures optimal performance of mission-critical systems through its innovative test solutions from their new headquarters in Research Park, and Lockheed Martin manufactures its electro-optical target system for F-35s sold around the world right here in Orlando. Orange County businesses also sold $408 million in industrial machinery, which explains why Red Meters recently hosted a delegation of mayors from Mexico to show how their built in Orlando liquid density meters can help them better manage wastewater. And the county exported $356 million in electronics, which is why Orlando's Mtron PTI and Gordon J. Gow Technologies have dealers and distributors around the world for their frequency control products and digital and analog cables, respectively. In conclusion, I'd like to leave you with 3 numbers to illustrate why trade matters to local small businesses. 95% of world consumers live outside the United States, and 80% of global consumer spending is made outside our borders. In other words, the world outside the U.S. is too important a market to ignore. The last number is that 56% of U.S. manufacturers that have exports have fewer than 20 employees. Exporting is not just for large corporations, and there are plenty of options for local small businesses. And we'd appreciate your help to get more Orange County businesses involved. On behalf of the NEC and its executive board, thank you for your time, and please let us know if we can ever be of any assistance to you or your constituents.
All right, thank you very much for your presence today and the presentation and the information that you've shared. I know in the future we're going to ask Ms. Kirkard to come back to do a full update to the board regarding the great work that you all are doing there at the National Entrepreneur Center and some of the future plans. So thank you for your presence here today.
Okay. Thank you for your support.
All right.
Mayor and Commissioners, the last item on we have before the consent agenda is a presentation of our Arts in the Chambers. And with details is Terry Olson, Administrator of Orange County Arts and Cultural Affairs. Terry?
Thank you. So we have new art on the walls, these black and white photographs of classic Greek statuary and some other things, really focusing on the foundations of Western democracy. All the way up to the Vietnam Memorial Wall over there. And we do have the artist in the room with us today, so if I could introduce to you, Josh Garrick. And I would just say that Josh has some honors, like he's the only American to ever have been included in exhibit, or have an exhibit at the Greek National Archaeological Museum in Athens. So enjoy these for the next few months and find things like behind you, we've got the hand of Zeus reaching out to someone on the street. So there's some like messages that are important and will be fun for you to discover. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Terry, and to our artists, thank you for your presence here today as well. The Art in the Chambers is one of the great programs that we have here within our community to accentuate the work that our artists are doing. So, again, thank you. With that, we're going to move forward now on our agenda this morning. We're going to move to the period of time where we engage with the public, and this is during the public comment period. We invite comments from members of the public regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period this morning. These matters would include a pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should be properly brought to another board rather than this board. Also, we will, of course, solicit public input during each public hearing scheduled for this afternoon. And so before I call on Mr. Boyce, I'd like to also take a moment to recognize him on being named Outstanding Child Advocate by Florida's Children First. Congratulations, Mr. Lucas Boyce.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
It's very
It's
kind.
always
Thank you.
great to have our staff members receiving recognition for the work that they do every day. Mr. Boyce, are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
Yes, sir. We have 7 individuals that wish to be heard this morning. Before we get started, just a few brief comments with respect to housekeeping. I'll call you up 3 at a time, and if you'll just line up on that opposite wall, and we'll call you to the podium. And as you approach the podium, please state your name and address for the record, and each of you will have 2 minutes. Thank you. And we'll get started with Chris Matheson. Our second speaker is Deborah Green, and our third speaker is James Irwin. Chris? All right. If you want to state your name and address for the record, sir.
Sure. Chris Matheson, 3501 Southwest Moreland Drive, Orlando, Florida. I just want to put something. Okay. So, thank you so much for the time today. And Mayor, thank you for your service, and all the commissioners for your service. I'm trying to be of service in this neighborhood that I bought a lot in back in 2019. It's kind of hard to see, but it's just south of I-4. That's OBT in the middle. There's the elementary school and the library. This is a low-income, disadvantaged neighborhood. And I'm trying to build back some of the infrastructure in the neighborhood. So I made a map of all the holes that were in the sidewalks and the crosswalks. And I looked at the OBT next plan and how they created 37th and OBT as the way to cross this neighborhood. And then I'll move to the next slide. So as you see, this has been a half segregated neighborhood historically. And the kids that are trying to get to Pine Lake Elementary School are on the west side. And so they have to cross OBT twice per day to get to and from school. These are 5 and 10-year-olds. So I'm trying to make safer access for them to get to school so they're ready to learn. That's a little. So this, I did go through with Deontay with Commissioner Scott's office the other day, and we walked. He was gracious enough to walk the neighborhood with me. I have had some luck getting some infrastructure with sidewalks, some crosswalks, speed humps, but there's still so much more that needs to be done. So I went over this with him, and then I did an abridged version of it. And so 37th Street in Woods is where it meets up, crossing from the west side, and then it comes right down into Pine Lake Elementary School. So there's crosswalks, stop signs, speed humps, because there's no stop signs all along Woods Avenue. So people, when I was there with Deontay, people were just speeding around. Kids are playing in the street. It's very unsafe for the kids in this neighborhood. That's my time.
Thank you for that, and we certainly will do some follow-up with our Public Works Department and work in partnership some of that area borders the city of Orlando to see if we can take it to the next level.
Okay, I'll be back.
Thank you for your
time.
passion.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Deborah Green, followed by James Irwin, followed by Eugene. First name Eugene, last name Stoccaro.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Deborah Green, representing Orange Audubon, P.O. Box 9411145, Maitland, Florida. And good morning. Thank you. I wanted to speak on 2 things real quick. One, the tree ordinance. Thank you for passing that September 12th. And today about the wetlands ordinance, which is on workshop this afternoon. I've heard that the 100-foot buffer part of that wetlands ordinance has brought some attention and objection by development interests, and I just want to speak on the importance of that real quickly. The 100-foot buffer, 3 things that I can think of, and staff will elaborate why that's so important, are to protect from fertilizer runoff into the wetlands, to protect from invasive plants. If homes were built all the way down to the wetlands, there's no requirements for not having invasive plants in the landscapes, and they would be expanding into the wetlands, and then that may save some natural habitat. So I urge you to support that wetlands ordinance and particularly that 100-foot buffer within it.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Okay.
We appreciate your words today,
Okay.
taken into consideration. All right, next speaker.
Next speaker is James Irwin, followed by Eugene, followed by Kelly Simrat. Mr. Irwin, if you want to just state your name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
Wait till he finishes. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jim Irwin. I live at 116 Fernwood Street in Orlando. I'm speaking to the tree ordinance, and I have a suggestion about the importance of urban forests. So I'm just going to basically read you the few words that are on these 3 pages. First page, first picture, this is an urban forest. The developer did not save it. Helen and Alan Cruikshank did. It is entirely surrounded by development, as you can see in that picture. The neighbors love it. It is one of the first places they take out-of-town visitors because it is full of the imperiled endemic Florida scrub jay. Go there, and after checking you out from hiding, the scrub jays will come flap around you, land on you, and then they will perch on your head until you give them a nut. That's guaranteed. If you haven't been, go. Second page, the Cruikshank Reserve is a beloved urban forest. In your tree ordinance, there is nothing that would incentivize a developer to preserve these small oak trees. Florida scrub jay is the only place where the Florida scrub jay can live. Below is another urban forest surrounded by development, preserved only because it happened to be next to Wakaiwa Springs. Longleaf pine savanna in that picture is one of the most endangered ecosystems in the state. There is nothing in your tree ordinance that would incentivize a developer to preserve anything in this picture. Third page. Phrenology is a discredited science of mapping what's in a guy's head by feeling of the bumps on his skull. Valuing trees by measuring their diameters is as goofy as phrenology. Urban forests are a great idea. Put down your calipers and get busy creating regulations and incentives to make urban forests a reality, not just that's it. Thank you. 15 acres.
All right, thank you, Mr. Irvin. We will take a look going forward. Next speaker.
Eugene, followed by Kelly, followed by Kevin Horing.
Eugene Staccato, 331 Roswell Avenue. I'm going to speak on the wetland ordinance today. I've been part of that conversation as the EPD carried it forward. The concern I carry here is the same I expressed there, was notice to the public, no matter what the size of the impact is, because we, like in the development area, we don't want to wait until it comes before you all. We would like to try to solve the problem as early as possible while it's at the lowest level of the review. The other thing is, and beyond this, is wetlands have many functions. They operate as storage of water, a stormwater function. Today we treat these as 2 separate functions in this county. One is the EPD function, another one's a public works issue. I think in the future we need to take the next step beyond this wetland ordinance and consider that we start considering that those as a combined function. And personally, I would make EPD the lead. As a former engineer, I have a lot of value towards the biologist having a good vision. And the last thing is, I'm considering as a charter person bringing forward making EPD the organization that reviews all the counties, including the municipalities, wetland impacts, because basins do not respect political boundaries. And we have seen with the latest hurricanes, the flooding issues that we're seeing. We see cities where they fill in 40, 50 acres of Wekiva, for example, and that's only going to be a problem like up in District 2. You know, we're going to see flooding. We see flooding down in District 4 because Orlando, again, is filling in wetlands and it's impacting the Mary Jane area. So we, as a community, might want to consider this as a charter question, and I'm going to bring that forward next month probably. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Staccato. Next speaker, please.
Kelly Simrad, followed by Kevin Warren, followed by Maria Bolton Jobert.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dr. Kelly Semrad. I reside at 3111 Amalfi Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32820. I'm here today to speak on the Wetland Ordinance. The ordinance includes reference to surface waters, and the topic area of concern that I have is regarding the enforcement of the new ordinance and the policy. We have the perfect case study that is occurring in East Orange County with an illegal sand pit or a borrow pit, where they are excavating out portions of what we look at in the Econ River and selling the sand for concrete. That operation has been in effect for 5 years. The state is aware of it, the county is aware of it, St. John's Water Management is aware of it, and still we have a problem. We can't shut it down. There's an open lawsuit against it. They have received cease and desist letters. And it still continues today where you drive by and there are dump trucks lined up with debris where they're burying it in the ground and then extracting out. We also have another one on Brown Street in East Orange County. Again, same situation where we have contacted all of the existing parties that need to be notified, but we still can't get it shut down. So in reference to the wetland ordinance, which also references our surface waters, regarding enforcement, we need to have something that helps us. The people will walk with you. I mean, we see that evidenced from the Shingle Creek meeting last night, where we have an application to infill some of those wetlands. The people are there. They'll stand with you. They'll walk your talk, but we need a policy for enforcement. Please help us, and thank you so much for your work on this effort. I really applaud you for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Simrad. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kevin Horn, followed by Maria Bolton Jobert.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Horeen. I live at 17122 Lake Ingram Road, Winter Garden, Florida. I've been here a couple times. I guess I'll be back in 2 weeks also. But I'm here today. I don't know where the problem that we're having out where we live is we have multimillionaires making a lot of more millions of dollars doing their building, but they're causing thousands of dollars of damages to the existing homes. It's only 23 homes, so I'm sure it doesn't really matter to a bunch of people, but it matters to us. And the reason that it seems like that nobody's doing anything because it's not your home. You're not experiencing the no water pressure. The future of our water, since Orange County's given them the ability to put their runoff up right across the street from us and uphill, that drainage is going to poison our wells. So we've talked to utilities. I talked to Brian Magic. I know that's probably messed up his last name. Super nice guy. Talked to him about 40 minutes. He was looking into some stuff, but I got a message from Tad yesterday, I believe, who said that Orange County's not responsible for our wells, and that's not their responsibility, but yet it is because of the fact that they've allowed people to have their runoff coming down into our wells. The other thing is the construction practices, taking water out of our lake without permits, which has stranded my boat, my pontoon boat, for 3 years. The boat is trashed. The interior is trashed. The damages that they've caused, bees, millions of bees have been swallowed up by pumping water into the lake and taking water out of the lake. Nobody's stepping up. I mean, these people, they make millions of dollars. I mean, all the problems we're complaining about, the wind coming from the north, all these issues can be solved by Orange County and these builders. I mean, they can do it. We don't have money like they do to be able to afford to fix the problems that they're causing. Mr. Mayor, I will tell you this. We've heard back 0 times in 3 years from your office. Everybody's included on the emails, and your office never responded to us. So I'm not happy with that.
Well, let me just say this. All of the staff that you talked about, they're part of my office.
They're great. No, they're great people, but I mean, your office never responded back to an email.
Those are the experts, and they are directed to respond to the requests or the questions or the issues that come in.
Okay.
You understand that?
I do understand that.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your
Now,
presence.
I'm going to add, Mayor, in each of those cases, indeed, the response was that you sent to me that I had appropriate staff respond. So each of those have been forwarded to us, and I've had utilities, and I know Mr. Torres and our public works folks. Those have always been as a result of correspondence that has been forwarded to us to handle administratively.
All right, well, I appreciate y'all's time. I know you guys are busy.
Mayor Byron, for your benefit and for those that are going to come to speak and those that are watching, when you guys send emails or you come up for public comment, I assure you, and I feel confident in speaking for my colleagues, we're listening and we're writing notes. And sometimes, depending on the volume of meetings or things we have in a day, we might not be able to give you a direct response. So we'll say, hey, whatever department, can you reach out to that person? But you made a statement, it's only 23 homes and that we don't care. I just want to tell you, just personally for me and my colleagues, like, we do care. Whether it's one home, 23, 233, I assure you that we do care. We wouldn't be here otherwise. And so I'm sorry that you feel that way. But I can say with confidence that our mayor, my fellow colleagues, we do everything that we can. But it's such a large volume. Some days we'll get 100 emails. So
I totally understand that.
But,
I really do. It's just been 3 years, and the frustration's coming out in me a little bit because I'll be back in 2 weeks.
That's okay. But I just want you to know we care.
I'm just not getting answers, and the people on our road they've been frustrated because they've come here, they've voiced
Thank you
their
for your
opinion,
comments.
but nothing happened.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You got to keep moving. All right. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Maria Bolton-Jobert.
Good morning.
Morning.
Maria Bolton-Jobert, 1377 Page Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32806. So I want to say thank you all for your time today. Thank you for passing the stronger tree protection ordinance. Today is just me coming up here to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I believe, Commissioner Wilson, you may have introduced the idea or entertained the idea first to try to make a stronger ordinance. Is that right?
Made a big stink.
Thank you for doing that. And I want to say thank you to, I don't know if he's here, Alan Marshall, and any of his staff that helped with writing the language and getting that ready. It's a big deal. And thank you to the board for voting unanimously. And that's also a big deal. To get anything unanimous done up here in general, the last, 10, 15 years that I've paid attention is a big deal. So thank you all. And let's please, though, continue to protect scrub habitat. I have told people to email you. Let's keep educating the board. And while we're educating you, I'm learning more myself about why scrub habitat is so important and trying to save more and more of that endemic and endangered ecosystem, and why that not only helps the environment, but how that helps all of our communities, right? We have to tie it in to make people care. Some people don't care about plants. How can you make that relatable, right? To help with mitigation, to help with flooding, and also, like Jim had set up here, it beautifies the neighborhood. If you can talk to a developer who's thinking about developing on a piece of property and actually saving an ecosystem and incorporating that into their property, it brings up property values. It adds an aesthetic, it adds a park, it adds something for people to do that live in that area. So again, just wanted to say a huge thank you, and thank you for entertaining now the Wetlands Protection Ordinance and trying to help that. So again, just thank you, thank you, thank you. I know I come up here and I complain a lot. I'm literally just saying thank you for caring about the environment. Appreciate you all.
All right, well, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Yes, sir. That concludes our public comment.
All right. Well, to all of the members of the public who came in to speak, thank you for your presence. Government works best when it has engagement with the people. We're going to move now to our consent agenda, and I'm going to go to the County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. I have just one item to pull off of the consent agenda, and that's under D8. one particular item under that budget amendment under D8, and that's amendment number 23-54. Amendment 23-54 will be pulled from the consent agenda to be considered this afternoon as part of public hearing A1. With that, Mayor, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brooks. If no further questions, do we have a motion? Motion by Commissioner Uribe.
Second, Scott.
Second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes, and it is unanimous of those on the board who are present. With the action that was just taken, I do want to note that today's consent agenda includes the approval of 3 contracts to purchase parcels of environmentally sensitive lands in East, West, and Northwest Orange County. So a lot of what we heard today centered around preserving our environmentally sensitive lands and wetlands. The preservation of these parcels today that will add to existing publicly and privately owned conservation areas, as well as preserving a wildlife corridor in the western part of the county. The parcels will provide water resource protection within the Wekiwa River Basin protection of the Econolathatchee River floodplain and preservation of a wildlife corridor in West Orange County. So it's all consistent with the desire of our board to increase our publicly owned environmentally sensitive lands. So with that, we're going to move forward to our work session.
Mayor, just one item. I want
yes.
to note your appointment and board's confirmation. I want to recognize Renee Parker.
Renee Parker. Renee, stand if you don't mind. Renee, with the action taken this morning. For those of you who are interested in the environment, she is the new Environmental Protection Division and Planning Environmental and Development Services Department Manager. So she's been a member of our team for some time now, so congratulations to you. Okay. And with that, now we'll move to the workshop. Commissioner Moore, sorry.
No, that's okay, but you probably noticed there was $16 million more for septic to sewer conversions in Wekiwa, and that's the last piece of money that we need to get everything north of 436. However, we still have the 2 neighborhoods to go through and get their consent and their approval on MSBU, but I want to really give a shout out and a thanks to the Utilities Department, because they have diligently applied for these grants, and we've been consistently being awarded this money, and very proud of their efforts, and of course the residents who have allowed their neighborhoods to be torn up in order to protect Wekiwa Springs and the water supply. Thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Just very quickly, I wanted to, I know you gave an overall, shout out to EPD and the work that's been done in Green Place, but this is Climate Week and all the conversation today about our wetland code, and I just want to say thank you for the work acquiring 2 now along that Reamsburg corridor where we really were underwater this time last year. What a critical area for that, wetland recharge. So thank you so much for your efforts there.
All right. With that, Ms. Summers is coming forward, the manager of our Animal Services Division. She'll be presenting revisions to the dangerous dog ordinance. Today, this item is primarily to provide an update to the board, get feedback from the Board of County Commission. No action is being requested. By the way, we did have members from the tax collector's office that was present here today. There was one item on the agenda, and they were here just in case there were any questions. So we do appreciate the tax collector, Scott Randolph, for sending his staff. Okay, Ms. Summers, you're recognized.
All right, good morning. My name is Diane Summers, and I'm the Division Manager for Animal Services, which is Orange County's only dog and cat shelter. Just to give you a quick insight before I launch into this presentation into the depth of our services and programs, last fiscal year we accepted more than 15,000 pets. We responded to more than 27,000 requests for citizen assistance, and our shelter near the mall at Millennia was visited by approximately 90,000 people. So usually I know when I reach out to you all, it's with a quarterly update, information on our adoption program, our outreach efforts. Today we're going to be talking about something a little bit different, which is our Dangerous Dog program. Not a lot of people are aware of our Dangerous Dog program, but it's something that's very important to us, as our mission at Animal Services is to protect both the people and pets of Orange County. This program is really key at accomplishing that and helping those two groups. So we're going to start today with an introduction, a little bit of backstory about the program. I'm going to share with you all how we operate today, what our concerns have been as of late, our proposed changes to help remedy that, and then conclude with a summary. So our Dangerous Dog program investigates serious bite incidents in accordance with the Animal Services Ordinance and Florida State Statute 76712. And severe injury is defined in law, actually, and it is broken bones, multiple or repeated bite punctures, disfiguring lacerations, or injuries that require sutures or reconstructive surgeries. We have a program coordinator on staff who helps oversee this program. That involves collecting an annual fee, coordinating a home inspection, and any necessary transfer of ownership paperwork. And just to give you an idea of the scope of this program, we did receive approximately 1,500 bite reports in our last fiscal year, and only 30 of those resulted in the dog being declared dangerous. So it is a program that ultimately affects less than 36 pet owners annually. Our current ordinance was approved in 2005, at which point it created dangerous dog classification and code. The classification already existed in Florida state statute. Our ordinance utilized slightly different language at that creation in 2005. It created potentially dangerous dog classification, which is for dog attacks that don't quite rise to the level of dangerous dog classification. This particular potentially dangerous classification is not reflected in the state statute. So getting into the definitions, in the interest of time, I'm going to read you the left-hand portion, which is our Orange County ordinance, but you can see how that relates to the state statute on the neighboring column. So in our ordinance, the definition for a dog to be declared dangerous is one that has aggressively bitten, attacked, or endangered, or has inflicted severe injury on a human being on public or private property, including the owner's property, other than in defense of the owner or the owner's home in response to an action to the person injured or attacked. And it continues stating, has one unprovoked, chased or approached a person upon the streets, sidewalks, or any public grounds in a menacing fashion or apparent attitude of attack, provided that such actions are attested to in a sworn statement by one or more persons and dutifully investigated by the Animal Services Division. You can see that that particular portion is very similar to the state statute. We start to have a variance here getting into this next portion. So our ordinance reads that a dog can be declared dangerous when it has severely injured or killed a domestic animal while off the owner's property. That is implying a single attack. However, our Florida state statute states that for a dog to be declared dangerous, it has to have more than once severely injured or killed a domestic animal while off the owner's property. Our ordinance also has language related to declaring a dog dangerous that has been primarily utilized for dog fighting. However, that language is not reflected in the state statute. Our ordinance also has language that allows for dogs to be declared potentially dangerous for menacing or less than severe injury to a person or domestic animal without provocation, but that language is not reflected in the state statute. So how our program operates today, when we receive a bite report, an investigation takes place. Our animal services officers go out to the scene, they collect statements from anyone who is willing to provide one, they take pictures of the wounds, of the scene where the attack took place, and all of that investigative paperwork is then provided to me as the division manager, and I make an initial determination if I believe, based on what's presented to me, that the dog meets the threshold to be considered dangerous. Once that takes place, the owner then has 3 options presented with them. They can register the dog as dangerous and comply with code. So they can continue to own the dog. They just have to meet certain parameters for housing and handling to ensure the safety of the public. They can transfer ownership of the dog to Animal Services, at which point it would be humanely euthanized, or they can appeal the determination to a classification committee. The classification committee is a citizen panel. They hear the case, and then if they opt to uphold the dangerous classification, the owner then still does have another step to their appeal process. They can appeal to the circuit court. So here's the portion where we get into our concerns. In 2011, there was a case out of Broward County, the 4th District Court of Appeals. The ultimate ruling of that case was that ordinances cannot be more restrictive than the state statute. And that became problematic for us. As you can tell from our definitions, our ordinance is more restrictive than the state statute. The impact of that lawsuit on Orange County meant that we stopped declaring dogs potentially dangerous, and we utilized the state statute definition for dangerous, which meant that we no longer declared dogs dangerous following a single domestic attack, and we did not declare dogs dangerous that were utilized in dogfighting. However, this language has remained in the ordinance, which has become problematic from a legal standpoint. Additionally, we've had some concerns related to the classification committee. It's become very common now for there to be attorneys involved both on the part of the dog owner and the victim. So they're making now a lot more complicated legal arguments in front of these citizens. We've had a few instances of unprofessional behavior on the part of the board. And unfortunately, we feel some of the rulings the board reaches are based on who can present the most emotional plea to them. So we're seeing a lot of variability in the rulings, an increase in cases brought to the circuit court, and it's been a concern for us. So moving into our proposed changes, we want to update our definitions in code to match that of the Florida state statute. So that would involve removing potentially dangerous language, removing language allowing declaration for a single domestic animal attack, removing language allowing declaration for animals utilized in dogfighting, and remove language in the ordinance that would allow subversion of the classification process. So essentially, we want it to completely mirror the state statute, and that's what has been recommended to us by legal. We also want to propose a change to the appellate process. We want to sunset the classification committee and instead move to have the hearings heard before a special magistrate, which would be a person or group with a legal background. This is similar to how code enforcement handles their hearings, and we believe that this would reduce the variability and ensure each ruling is based on the individual facts of the case. In doing our research into our benchmark in neighboring counties, we found that the special magistrate process is very common. Miami-Dade, Hillsborough, Palm Beach, Broward, Seminole, Volusia, and Broward utilize the special magistrate process, just to name a few. Actually, in our research, we weren't able to find another municipality that utilizes a citizen board for the appeal process in the classification committee. That seems something that might be unique to us, but we want to move to match these counties. Another aspect that we want to update is changing the deadline for the pet owners to complete the responsible pet ownership course. That's something that's required of owners of a dangerous dog. Right now, the ordinance language provides them 14 days from the dog being declared dangerous. But as you can tell, there is an appeal process. Sometimes this takes quite a bit of time, so we want to provide that time to play out. What we're proposing is allowing them 30 days from the completion of case to complete that course. We'd like to concurrently update our animal services resolution to reflect these changes, which would be removing the classification committee language, adding special magistrate language, and removing the potentially dangerous dog fees, as we no longer utilize that. So in summary, our ordinance is about 18 years old now. We are proposing that our dangerous dog definitions mirror that of the state statute. We'd like to propose changing to a special magistrate to match our other counties as well, and to modify our resolution to match the new ordinance changes, or the new ordinance language. Ultimately, again, this goes back to our mission being to protect the citizens and pets of Orange County, and we feel that these changes will help us do that. We want to be in full legal compliance to help as many people as possible. This is planned for a public hearing on Tuesday, October 24th. That concludes my presentation this morning, and I am available for questions if anyone has any.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Summers. I will say that Ms. Summers does a yeoman's job of leading the staff that works around the entire animal services. Of course, as a county, we are providing those services countywide, inclusive of within the municipalities, and it can be tough whenever we're talking about dealing with animals or people's pets, and highly regarded sometimes as they're the owner's loved ones. And so because of all of that, our staff has to wrestle with some of the issues. But I will say that Ms. Summers has been working with her team to look at best practices across the country. She does have some experience from different jurisdictions as well over time, and working daily. So what is being advanced to us at this time is, one, to, as she indicated, to become consistent with the state legal language as well as with best practices. And so she's looking for any feedback from the board in preparation for advancing a change in the ordinance. It's 18 years since we really taken a serious look at this point. So we do have a question or comment by Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you and your team and the time and energy to meet with just, residents that are concerned, everyone's heart is truly in this, and I just want to thank you all so much. I support, obviously, updating and making sure this is a cleaner process. I understand that once these things get to that litigation point, it's, every word is dissected, so I think it's critical that we have something that's uniform. But what I was going to ask is about the differences in classification based on bite to human versus bite to other domestic animal, and the way that the intake portion of that assessment.
When you say intake portion, sorry?
Someone calls, claims there's been a bite. How does it then break down as far as, it was a bite for another domestic animal versus human, and then what happens from there?
Oh, I understand. So the investigation process is very similar for both, actually. So our officers respond out, try and understand as much as possible about what transpired, take pictures of whether it be a human bite victim or an animal victim, and then the threshold is the same. For severe injury, it would be broken bones, disfiguring lacerations, sutures for that victim animal as well. So I'd say the overall process is very similar. We most often receive bite reports, I think, from doctors or hospitals. However, when it comes to animal attacks, usually that comes by call from 311 of somebody reporting my neighbor's dog unfortunately attacked mine, or something similar to that. Okay, and this question came really sort of recently. Somebody saw this agenda item, but it was an animal, domestic animal that it was an attack within a kennel or dog, maybe it was a daycare or something like that. And so they weren't sure what the process would be, knowing that they didn't have current control or ownership of the dog while it was in that other setting. If that was still something that should be reported, knowing that they had much less information than they would have if their dog was attacked, on a walk or what have you. So just to be sure I understand correctly, so the person who reached out, their animal was attacked in like a boarding setting or something like that?
From my understanding, yes.
Yeah, those get a little bit complicated. I'm looking at Peggy Meek. She's our assistant division manager, and she actually operated this program for many, many years.
Peggy, go to the mic if you're going to speak.
Don't be shy, Peggy.
Those are a little bit different to deal with, because when you have like parks and everybody allows their dogs, so when you go to like boarding kennels and everybody's allowing the dogs to be free and all, it's hard for us. There's not much we can do. We can look if they're current on rabies, and we can issue for something like that.
Okay, so and that was sort of what I had that thought about, that this seems to be kind of a consent when that dog is dropped off or allowed to be sort of around the other dogs, but I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't going to be anything in this that would complicate that, or that would require us to sort of explain a different process?
It's private property. It's just like if I let somebody bring their dog over and they got in a fight with my dog, animal services, there's something we couldn't step into.
Okay.
So everybody, when they bring them to our parks and things, they all agree, we're bringing them out.
Right.
We understand there's going to be a bunch of loose dogs.
Something could happen.
So that's just one of the chances you take.
That's
all
what I
right?
kind of figured. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Peggy.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. So when, let's say I have a situation, my dog is declared dangerous, what happens next? I guess what I'm saying is what communications do you guys make to maybe the families or folks that live on a street or in a particular neighborhood if a dog is declared dangerous?
So are you asking not for the dog owner, that particular communication, but for the residents around them?
Correct.
There wouldn't be any communication to the residents around them. However, if the animal is declared, there is certain signage that the owner has to post up around their property. So that would be viewable, but there isn't a direct communication to their neighbors.
Okay. So when you go on you guys' website and you type in dangerous dog, nothing comes up. When you type in dangerous dogs, it just gives the contact information. So I think it would be prudent once the ordinance is revised, to put a little bit more information. You guys do a phenomenal job at talking about adoptions and different promotion pets and social media, like top tier. Hi, Miss Peggy. But I would say look at how we can educate the public on what a dangerous dog is, what a dangerous dog isn't, so that if there is a concern, and my thought process is kids going to school, obviously adults are going to be okay, but if there's a dangerous dog, maybe parents can make some different adjustments based on whatever their comfort level is. So if there is a dangerous dog on a particular street or in a neighborhood, the parents have the ability to just make whatever adjustments they deem necessary for their family.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point, actually. I take a lot of pride in our website, and we don't have anything related to dangerous dog language on there, so I think that could be updated.
Thank you very much.
All right, and also I know the county attorney's office had some of our county attorneys do some research, best practices. Thank you all for the research that you've done. At the end of the day, it keeps us out of trouble with the state. It keeps us consistent, keeps us in the right place in dealing with these types of tough situations sometimes and taking care of our citizens. So thank you, Ms. Summers, for your presence today.
All right, thank you for your time.
All right, with that, we're going to now move forward on our agenda this morning. I want to ask Mr. Tim Hull, the Environmental Programs Administrator, to come forward to present the Wetland Conservation Area Ordinance. Again, today, this item, there's no specific action being requested today. This is in preparation for bringing back any or proposed changes to the ordinance in the future. So with that, Mr. Hall, we're going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning to you and to the commissioners and comptroller. I'll be presenting the culmination of approximately 2 years' worth of work on our conservation ordinance and presenting to you and walking you through the draft language that we've come up with as it stands today. I'll cover 4 general sections in today's presentation, including a background where we'll go over board engagement over the last 24 or so months, followed by what we've done with stakeholders and got feedback from all of them. Next, we'll get into the meat of the draft code provisions, and we'll cover 5 general topic areas, including changes in our administrative process, a new tiered permitting program, our sensitive areas that have been proposed, upland buffers, mitigation, and then I'll wrap up with a summary and our next steps. So you may remember back in December of 21, we did a work session on our current wetland permitting and review processes to really provide the board with a framework for where we stand with the current code. Following that, in the fall and winter of 2022, we did the wetland tours out at the TM Econ Mitigation Bank, and we talked about wetland policy out there and looked at some wetlands. Then in December, we did the first of 2 work sessions on our technical studies that we've had commissioned. The first one was the regulatory framework study. And as you may recall, the framework of that was a review of how Orange County is different from other counties, and also looking at differences and similarities between us and the state and federal regulations. We also, as an important component of that study, was the interviews and the feedback we received that were done with members of the developed community, NGOs like Sierra Club, Nature Conservancy, and then we identified 6 other counties with similar wetland protection ordinances that were evaluated and their staff interviewed. Key takeaways from that were that Article 10 is outdated. It's actually codified in 1987, so approximately 35 years ago, and it should be updated to reflect current practices. That study is being utilized to develop the concepts in the revised ordinance that I'll be presenting today. Next, in January, we did the State of the Wetlands Study work session with the key findings from that. And the framework of that study was essentially looking at changes in wetland coverage and also function over time in Orange County for the time period 1990 to 2020. And it also looked at ecosystem services that might have experienced some loss associated with loss in wetland function. The key takeaways from that study were we had approximately a 5.6% wetland loss in acreage over those 30 years. Most significantly hit was wet prairie type. That acreage was reduced by 37% over the time period. Some wetland types, like hydric pine flatwoods, actually increased in acreage. That wetland system type doubled. There were also some shifts in the wetland community types that we saw, increased fragmentation for most wetland types, and then lastly, a lot of the mitigation sites that we permit and that are permittee owned and maintained, they showed some functional loss after 10 years. The next thing we did was in April this year, we came back with our initial recommendations to the board, and we presented some initial concepts, including the tiered permitting approach with notice general permits and standard permits as the main vehicles there. Some proposed additional special protection areas, new upland buffer protection, and a new mitigation approach. So what we heard from the board during all of that engagement could be categorized into three broad categories: enhanced protections overall. And so within that bucket, we heard support for the additional special protection areas, protecting upland buffers, coordinating with the municipalities, and sustainable growth. We also heard that we want to promote in-county mitigation where practical. Conservation easements should be protected in perpetuity. Maintenance and monitoring of these mitigation areas, those requirements should be improved, and that we want to consider how we can mitigate potential effects of flooding. The next bucket is improving the permitting process. So we heard to look at diversifying the types of permits we issue, modernizing the code, basing our decision-making on data-driven evaluations and the best available science, but of course balancing property rights with those goals. And then lastly, increase the predictability of the code, clarify our definitions, codify processes not already in code, do education and outreach on this new ordinance, and then lastly, streamlining reviews when we can. Next, we'll talk about our stakeholder engagement sessions and other engagement we've done. So we did, from May to July, 6 stakeholder engagement sessions, and those were both in person down at the IFAS Center on South Conway Road, and we also did a virtual session to try and capture as many people as we could, particularly those that may not have been able to come to an in-person meeting. We invited all of the NGOs that have participated in the regulatory framework interviews and others. The developed community was invited, particularly environmental consultants who represent that community. Municipalities, we actually had a standalone engagement session just for the municipalities that they were invited to. And then, of course, the general public was invited through social media and other direct emails. We also took this show on the road, and we did some conference presentations at professional associations. So in June, we went to both the Florida Local Environmental Resource Agency, or FLARA, and also the Florida Association of Counties conferences and presented all these concepts. And then just last month, we did our most recent one with the Florida Lake Management Society at their annual technical symposium. And overwhelmingly, we heard support for these concepts. And I'll summarize some of what we heard in the next slide. But we also circled around with the county advisory boards that have applicability over this area. In February, we went and talked with the Agricultural Advisory Board. And then in April, we did 4 boards. We went to the Environmental Protection Commission, the Sustainability Advisory Board, the Development Advisory Board, and lastly, the Local Planning Agency, and received feedback from all of them. And so here's a summary of what we heard under the category of administrative process: expedite permitting when it's just a minimal impact activity, combine the CAD and the CAI process, staff should issue most permits, clarify our definitions, and don't assume state permitting authority. For the tiered permitting, we heard utilize exemptions or a streamlined process. We heard support for the notice general permit concept, also for removing the wetland classification system. And then lastly, be sure to include avoidance minimization. On the 2 proposed sensitive areas for Shingle Creek and St. Johns River, we heard focused increased protection in those vulnerable areas, allow only minimal amendments to existing conservation easements, and adopt larger buffers than the minimum standard. Next, on buffers, they said large buffers are important for wildlife and wetland longevity. Some folks said the 100-foot buffer is too much. Others said it's not enough, and others said it was just right. They also said to clarify when a smaller or a larger buffer might be required or appropriate. And then lastly, in the mitigation category, we did hear some concern with in-county mitigation availability. Also, perpetual maintenance of those conservation easements, enforceability of that was a question. Suitability of mitigation, and lastly, clarifying county and state differences in mitigation requirements. So next we'll talk about the actual draft code provisions. So we took what we heard, and you'll see that we continue to focus on these 5 general topics. We heard to improve the purpose and authority regarding wetland protections, clarify the definitions and processes, and improve and clarify application instructions. Under the tiered permitting, we received support for the NGP permit and standard permit in lieu of just the single CAI. We heard to eliminate the class system and assess the wetlands instead based on quality and functionality using the UMAM rule. Increase the level of review scrutiny and required analyses when the impact size goes up and wetland function is higher. And then, of course, establishment of the sensitive areas for St. Johns River Basin and Shingle Creek. For upland buffers, a minimum 100-foot buffer with some exceptions, larger or smaller buffers in some cases. And then lastly, in mitigation, incentivize valuable in-county mitigation and accept only valuable conservation easements as mitigation. And then lastly, the monitoring, maintenance, and groundwater monitoring for conservation easements should be done in perpetuity. So generally speaking, here are 3 areas where we've improved and clarified the administrative process. First, with the wetland identification, our current term is conservation areas, and in that category, we're referring to wetlands and surface waters. But what we heard was it's a bit confusing for people. They sometimes mistake conservation areas for conservation easements. And so we thought it would just make more sense to use more simple language and replace conservation areas with the term wetlands and surface waters. That also encapsulates surface waters, which wasn't intuitively in the code under the term conservation areas. So we want to be sure and protect surface waters, so that's an important change. Under the category of wetland protection, in our review process, we use these current terms like significance and productivity. And what we heard from the board in particular was we have these terms and they're subjective. People mean different things to different people, and how much is a question we often get, like how significant is significant enough? And so we're proposing to move away from the undefined and ambiguous terms like that and use a wetland functionality with some modifiers that I'll talk about for reviewing wetland impact requests. And then lastly, under authority, we've made our purpose language more robust and more specific, particularly regarding wetland protections, mitigation being effective, discouraging alteration, along with recognizing property rights. And you'll see those themes echoed in the next slides as I go through the actual code language. And then lastly, we reinforce county authority to protect wetlands by incorporating some language from the charter and other state regulations, just identifying for folks in the code that Orange County definitely has authority to regulate wetlands. So we'll get into the code a little bit here. This first slide, we have improved the legislative findings, and we've added surface waters, as you can see right in the very beginning of the first sentence. Want to make that clear that those are also being regulated under the county's authority. And then formerly, this statement, it lacked modern language regarding the functional value of wetlands and surface waters. And so you can see in the last half of this paragraph, we've put in those functions that wetlands provide, like enhancing water quality, providing habitat, recharge for groundwater, recreational educational opportunities, and alleviating local and regional flooding. So we feel that that's a vast improvement over the previous language. Next, this we've added lots of language about minimizing and eliminating and limiting wetland impacts. The previous code only referenced minimizing and eliminating wetland impacts one time, and then it alludes to it a second time. We've added around 5 or 6 areas where we're reinforcing that avoidance, minimization, and elimination of impacts is first to be considered. And then also at the end of this, you can see that we're making sure that we're being consistent with development rights of property owners and recognizing property rights. This next paragraph talks about, well, it inserts the science and data-driven approach for this code by referencing the state of the wetland study and the findings therein, and that the purpose of this code will be to limit some of the effect of downward trends that were identified in that study. And then next, this slide reinforces again that both wetlands and surface waters are protected by the code. We also added public health, safety, and welfare, you can see appears in the first sentence. That was absent from the first code, but we think it's important to identify that is a goal of the ordinance. And then again, in paragraph 1A, we've added again that development that alters wetlands and surface waters is discouraged, and adds other language there that better protects wetlands. Avoidance and minimization of wetland impacts, again, another place where we've added that language. We've described what kind of mitigation is effective, which is also further described in our definitions section. And then again, lastly, we've recognized that property owners have rights as well. So moving on to definitions. These are all terms that have a definition now in the draft code that were completely absent before, which these are all commonly used almost every day in our review process. We will say these terms in the modern vernacular, and so it was a glaring omission in the old code that we're seeking to correct here. I'll just spend a little bit of time on the ones that I've identified in yellow, the avoidance, minimization, mitigation, and upland buffer. So avoidance and minimization, obviously key terms in the code, and avoidance means that they should select the least damaging project type, spatial location, and extent compatible with achieving the purpose of the project. And the minimization, just some of the key words here, managing the severity of a project's impact and incorporation of appropriate and practical design and risk avoidance measures. On mitigation, as I said, this definition wasn't in code at all, but this is just codifying what common forms of mitigation are. These are echoed in state regulations as well. And then on upland buffer, we're incorporating this definition to clarify what we mean by an upland buffer, again, missing from code currently. And then under wetland determination, you can see the strike through there under conservation area classification. We're proposing to eliminate the classification system because we've had problems with it in the past. It underprotects isolated wetlands that are maybe smaller, but they could be really high functioning. And then sometimes it overprotects larger systems that have had some sort of effect, like maybe a hydrology impact that has drained it, or some sort of edge effects going on that might not, it might not score that high on UMAM. So I will note that we are keeping, you may see the class 1, 2, 3 is still in the definition section, and we do need to keep it, but just for the purposes of the Econ and Wekiva code, because those two articles have specific direction about buffer size and review process for class 1, 2, 3. So until such time as we can go in and adjust the Econ and Wekiva articles, we do have to keep the class system just for projects within those special protection areas. And moving on here, under applicability, we're clarifying that the wetland determination, which will be our new term to replace the CAD process, it's required for all permit applications under this article. However, what we heard from stakeholders was, could you combine the CAD and the CAI process? So paragraph B here just identifies that where practicable, where it makes sense, the wetland determination will be reviewed in conjunction with a permit application. So we'll do it, we'll do the wetland determination with, for example, a notice general permit. But where we won't be able to do it is projects that require calculations for density, open space, those kinds of things where you need to know up front before the development plan is submitted what the wetland acreage is. For those, it'll continue to be independent processes. Next, we'll get into the tiered permitting system. So there's two types that we're proposing, the notice general permit. And as I mentioned, these are for small types of impact, usually less than a quarter acre, where the applicant could submit a application that is checklist based. If you check all the boxes, you qualify for the permit and you would get an expedited review. There's two general categories of those, just for way of organizing them. Development activities, so this is just a typical commercial or residential project where you would have less than quarter acre of impacts. And then the other category is beneficial activities. So these are largely enhancement or restoration projects, but it also includes some routine small development type projects like a stormwater outfall, for example. The next category of permit is the standard permits. And these are for the larger impacts and impacts proposed for very high functioning wetlands. There's three types, level 1, level 2, level 3. And as you go up in level, the review process gets more complex. A number of analyses are required and the approval level goes up. So here under 15379, we're just identifying some of the permit review standards. We're going to review based on wetland function, loosely adapted from the UMAM score, and codifying that the notice general permit and the standard permit are going to be the vehicles for review. And then lastly, we are providing a review time frame for permit applications of 30 days for a response. The notice general permit, these are the requirements for the development related ones. So as you can see there under 8A, fill for a single family home site where the wetland impacts less than a quarter acre and where there is less than a quarter acre of contiguous uplands. That language is there because we didn't want people to come in for a permit that they can get relatively easily if they already have sufficient uplands and they just have a wetland in the back that they want to impact. Just because it's easy to get approval for that. So that'll hopefully preempt that kind of request. Also, moving on to paragraph B, filling in an isolated artificial surface water or pond. This is typically for animal watering pond that's on a property. Somebody wants to fill that in. And then next is fill for upland cut drainage ditches. Of course, they won't be able to impact drainage in any negative way, but where they're able to reroute the drainage, they could qualify for this NGP. D is commercial development, residential and urban infill, where the impact is less than a quarter acre. And then lastly, commercial and residential projects with only secondary impacts to wetlands, so they don't have any direct impact, but there might be an adjacent wetland that their project is affecting. Just drilling in a little bit on the single family home site criteria, the notice general permit for them would include limited wetland and surface water impacts for single-family homes where there is insufficient contiguous upland property to make a reasonable use of the land. So again, we're trying to limit it. We get requests for sport courts for tennis and basketball, mother-in-law suites, riding stables, all kinds of requests for impacts to wetlands, and that's not what the NGP is going to be designed to do. As you could see, the last phrasing there, generally a reasonable site plan for a single-family home would include the footprint of the home, driveway, septic system, and a yard or pool designed to minimize the total footprint. So that's our thought process on that. The next general category of notice general permits are for beneficial activities. And so these would include, as you see there, maintenance activities, invasive non-native plant removal, wetland enhancement or restoration, water quality enhancement. There was a project a few years back called Phos-Free that was removing phosphorus from Lake Apopka. That kind of project with some kind of wetland impact would be what we're thinking about there on paragraph D. Also, you see there public flood protection projects. It could be a culvert replacement and culvert enlargement or something else owned under private ownership. Utilities with just temporary impacts, and then lastly, intake or outfall structures, so minor types of requests. So there are some situations where we thought the NGP permit doesn't make sense, where things are sensitive on the site. And so things that we list here would include outstanding Florida waterways within 150 feet of the project site footprint, listed wetland-dependent species are nesting on the project site. The UMAM score is greater than or equal to 0.8, so you could think of that as a 8, 9, or 10 out of 10, with 10 being the highest. So those more valuable systems would not qualify for an NGP permit. Impacts to recorded conservation easements or projects that sever wildlife corridors. And then lastly, projects that have already been issued a standard permit and impact projects where the impacts are not for a single complete project. Those last two are our attempt to prevent a workaround where phasing might be considered. If someone might think if I phase my impacts that I have in mind, I could qualify for this less restrictive permit. And so those two paragraphs are attempting to close any potential loophole in that line of thought. And so I'll walk through an example of a single-family project that would qualify for an NGP. So here's a project wholly located within wetlands on the left. They have a huge driveway that's not minimized in any way to be close to the road, and it's a big loop. And so we have impacts there. On the right is a single-family home. You'll notice they've done a 2-story to increase their square footage without increasing their footprint. They've minimized the driveway and are proposing the house closer to the road and out of the wetland. And so the one on the left, we think, would not meet the intent of the NGP and probably will not meet the quarter-acre maximum impact restriction. But the one on the right is the kind of project that we do have in mind that should qualify for the NGP permit. Next, I'll walk through a real-life example that we permitted and how the NGP may be a better process. This was a East Orlando home on a parcel. It was a Class 3 wetland impact consisting of 0.17 acres, so under the quarter-acre threshold, relatively minor impact. From start to finish under the current process, this took 19 months to permit, and that was from the CAD application all the way through to permit issuance. There was a lot of back and forth on avoidance minimization on this because we treat even minor impacts currently under our one process, the CAI permit, the same as we would a very large impact for a subdivision. And so under the new NGP permit, as long as this was not to a vulnerable wetland type, outside a special protection area, or not required to exempt from a special protection area, not within 150 feet of an OFW, no nesting, wetland, threatened and endangered species, and then the impact was less than a quarter acre, and they had less than a quarter acre of contiguous uplands. So this would be their new process under the NGP, which I won't go through all of that, but I do want to highlight that we think under the new process that something like this could be permitted in just 1 to 2 months instead of the 19 months that it took, largely because we're not requiring avoidance minimization. That's already assumed. If your impact is only a quarter acre or less, you've already avoided and minimized to the extent possible. And so there won't be all that back and forth, and it'll be a much quicker process. So now we'll move into the standard permits. You may recognize this matrix that we introduced to you back in the April work session. The standard permit process will be based on the size of the impact and wetland functionality, which will determine the level of review, the type and depth of analyses required, and what level of approval is required. In addition to those, there are some other factors I'll talk about in just a minute called our modifiers that affect the permitting level that a project will fall into. There's 3 categories. As you can see, the green are level 1. That's to our lower functioning systems. The UMAM score is on the y-axis, and then across the top on the x-axis are the wetland impact acreage. Level 2 is in yellow, and you can see the UMAM scores are generally a little higher for these, except for those larger acreage impacts. Both the level 1 and 2 would be staff level approved up through the EPD manager. And then for level 3, those we would propose always come to the board as a public hearing. So this section of code talks about avoidance and minimization is always required for those standard permits. So they first have to do that. And the next three slides walk through codification of that matrix, essentially translating the picture of the matrix into code language. In paragraph A, it does that. It describes the UMAM scoring and the wetland impact size that qualifies for a level 1. And then the last half of the slide talks about what's required. So the level 1 applications require limited cumulative impact analysis only if the wetland mitigation proposed is outside of Orange County. Also, level 1 applications get a minimum of 2 levels of staff review prior to issuance, and they are ultimately approved by the EPD assistant manager. Next, on level 2, we codify the yellow area that you saw in the matrix, and then we similarly describe the requirements. They have to provide the limited cumulative impact analysis, and so this is even if mitigation is in county, they would provide this. We're tacking on to that a secondary impact analysis where they look at the indirect effects of their project on remaining wetlands and even adjacent wetlands to their project. The staff level of review goes up to 3 levels, and the approval goes up to the manager of EPD from assistant manager on the level 1. And then finally, level 3. The level 3 new concept will require a pre-application meeting. Of course, anybody can have a pre-application meeting if they would like, but it's actually required for the level 3. Detailed cumulative impact analysis, so that went increased from a limited analysis to a detailed. The secondary impact analysis, and then additional requirement and alternatives analysis, looking at alternatives to the project. The level of staff review went up to 4 people, and then, of course, as I said, a public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners for this level of permit. So now I'm going to talk about this modifier concept. So in order to rack and stack projects that are maybe they have things they're doing that are beneficial, like they have a management plan for nuisance exotic plants in the wetlands to remain on site. And then conversely, maybe they have some reason why there's a wildlife corridor that is being severed. So we wanted to have the ability to modify how those are reviewed in this scheme by bumping them up or down. And we call those incentive modifiers and deterrent modifiers. And they will move the application up or down up to 1 level. So they could go from a level 1 to a 2 or from a 2 to a 3, but they won't go in any case from a 1 to a 3 or from a 3 to a 1. And so what you see in the matrix are some raw scores that we tested, and these are essentially just creating a scale for evaluating the modifiers. And I'll walk through some examples of those in just a moment. But here are the deterrent modifiers that are listed. So these are things that have negative potential effect. And so you get a bump up in your level of review. For example, there's an OFW within 150 feet of the construction footprint. The project's in a sensitive area. The next 2 are impacts to conservation easements. Depending on the size of the impact, they get a bump up. You can see the other ones that we've listed there as well. And here are the incentive modifiers. So these are beneficial things, like I mentioned, invasive species management plan and removal, reduced fragmentation, either a bridge or an infill project, something that reduces wetland fragmentation across the county. The next 3 are increased upland buffers. This is over and above the minimum 100 foot. So if they're willing to do some extra upland buffer, they get adjustment in their score to potentially work their way down to a lower level permit. You can see the rest of those there. I want to walk through some examples with you. So this is an actual project that was permitted in yellow on the right. It's almost entirely wetlands. It's almost 12 acres of wetlands. This was permitted for impact. The type was freshwater marsh and some hydric pine, and some impact to the RHPZ zone as well, which is, think of that as the upland buffer. This project took 16 months. It did come to the board, but just on consent. And so if you remember the previous example of the single-family home, that was only 0.17 acres of impact. It took 19 months. So we're attempting to address through these permit types what we think is a discrepancy between the amount of effort and time expended for the amount of impact being proposed. So here's how it would work on the modifiers. Using just the UMAM for this project, it was an average of 5 for the wetland. As I said, it was 12 acres of impact almost, so it falls in between 10 and 25. So they start out with a raw score of 2.9 on the modifier. Working through what they had as far as deterrent modifiers, they impacted one of the vulnerable wetland types that was identified in the state of the wetland study, being a freshwater marsh. So they got hit by a 0.3 there. It was inside the econ protection area, so they get hit with another 0.5 there. And then when you do the math, they started at a 2.9, so plus the 0.5 plus 0.3, they end up at a 3.7. So they move from a standard permit level 2 up to a standard permit level 3, which, as I mentioned, all level 3s would come to the board as a public hearing. So we've done some testing like this, and we think we've landed in a place where it should work out well. What does that do to the time frame? Well, looking at the middle of this time frame, you see the CIA, SIA, and AA. Those are all those additional analyses that are going to be required for level 3. That's going to add time on the consultant side and staff side for us to review those. The additional levels of review, the public hearing process, as opposed to just the consent that this project went through on, to final issuance. We think it'll be 18 to 30 plus months. Rather than just the 16 months. And we think that that's probably appropriate for an impact to almost 12 acres of wetlands. The next example, this is an example of the incentive modifiers in a project, just a conceptual one that did a couple good things. So they have 2.5 acres of wetland impact, a little cross-hatched area in yellow in the lower right. Mixed hardwood wetland, which is not one of the vulnerable types identified in state of the wetlands. UMAM score of 6, and this wetland would be class 3 under the existing code. So they're going to propose in their management plan to manage the nuisance exotics. They start out at a level 2 because their UMAM score is a 6 and the impact acreage is 2.5, so they're between 2 and 10. Walking through the modifiers, they're proposing to remove invasive species, so they get a 0.3 bump downward. And then they're doing an additional buffer, 200-foot total, so they get another bump of 0.5 down. So when you do the math, they were at a 2.5, you subtract 0.3 and 0.5, you end up at a 1.7. So this project would move from a level 2 where it started to a level 1. So you can see that this incentivizes applicants to do these beneficial things to get those beneficial modifiers to move their permitting level downward. The next few slides walk through, I'm not going to read all this for you, but it's just codifying what is those different analyses. This is the cumulative impact analysis that'll be required. Next is the secondary impact analysis. This is looking at the effects to any remaining wetlands or adjacent wetlands to the project. And then lastly, that alternative analysis where they have to describe why there are no practicable alternatives for the proposed project in uplands. And looking at other alternative properties. So how do these changes meet project objectives? So the benefits of the NGP permits, it incentivizes developers to minimize their impacts to fit into that lower level of permitting. It simplifies the process. As I mentioned, these applications will be just checklist-based, so they'll either fit in the box or they won't, and they will know that. That'll reduce staff time for review. And we did a little bit of analysis, and we think 60 to 70% of our current single-family home permits would fall under the new NGP process, and about 25% of our current non-single-family permits. And that was based on permits we've issued over the last 5 years. The NGP will have a lower fee than the standard permit, so that'll be an incentive, and it'll have obviously a more predictable outcome. The benefits of the standard permits, those permits are going to protect the most valuable wetlands because it's going to require more scrutiny as you go up in functionality. And it'll incentivize beneficial projects and in-county mitigation through the modifier system. Next, we'll talk about the proposed sensitive areas for Shingle Creek and St. John's. So these will have criteria similar to Econ and Wekiva Code. A 550-foot buffer from the edge of the river and the named tributaries, and then, of course, the minimum 100-foot upland buffer. But it could be increased when we get to the point where we're actually drafting standards. It's a permitting modifier, the special protection areas are, so it increases the level of review for projects within them. We still think NGPs should be allowed because we don't want to, we think that system is valuable for everyone, and we don't want to short circuit that. If the impacts are a quarter acre or less or some other minimal type of impact, we don't think that'll have any serious significant effect on the sensitive areas. I do need to update you on where we are on this. Our attorney's office has been doing deeper dive on the requirements to promulgate extra protection over lands in these areas and identified a couple things that they're advising we need to have to be able to defend these areas if challenged. One is the comp plan needs to have language identifying that they need to be protected. We know that we have got that language in Vision 2050 for Shingle Creek with certainty. What we didn't contemplate at the time that we were drafting the Vision 2050 policies was the St. Johns River. So we are lacking that language. We're coordinating with planning to see if we can still get it inserted. And so we'll need to update you on where we are on that when we come before you for adoption. The other big issue is that we have been advised we need technical study and recommendations. It needs to be science-based because if challenged, they're going to ask, well, what science do you have? What studies did you do that indicated these areas needed special protection? Now, we may not need to do our own independent technical study. The basins have been studied extensively, and we're looking at what state agencies, FWC, water management districts might have already done this work for us, and that we can adapt their studies to be able to defend these sensitive areas. But we just are not quite ready to tell you that we have that in hand, and we'll have to update you about it when we come back before you in December. Worst case scenario might be we need to do our own standalone studies, and the timeline for that could be bringing it back end of 2024 is where we would be. But we are going to do everything in our power to figure this out so that we can get it done this go-around. And here's our objectives for the sensitive areas: protecting the most valuable systems, focusing growth away from them and in urban areas, sustainable growth, promoting wetland connectivity, and protecting biodiversity. So on upland buffers, as you may recall, we had recommended in April a minimum 100-foot buffer. That is where we have landed, and so we're codifying that here with some exceptions. So a minimum 25-foot and 50-foot average upland buffer may be accepted for a few cases where the activity is located within a parcel 5 acres or less, and parcels that are comprised of greater than or equal to 90% wetlands. So what we were trying to do there is identifying that if your property is mostly wetlands, you're going to have a very difficult time providing the 100-foot buffer, and so we could scale that down to the lesser buffer. And then also the 5 acres or less idea was because many, if not the majority, of the standalone single-family lots throughout the county, think of areas like Wedgefield, those parcels are less than 5 acres, and the ones that are comprised mostly of uplands have already been developed. Where throughout the county, this is something we see, that most projects that come before us are located on parcels that have at least some wetlands. And so parcels that are small, 5 acres or less, that we anticipate already have some wetlands on them will have a great difficulty meeting this 100-foot buffer rule. And so we would go down to the 2550 for those. And then lastly, it just codifies that mitigation for the upland buffer, where it can't be provided, obviously, will be required. Additional requirements for upland buffers, just codifying that wildlife-friendly fencing is required. Sorry, there must be a timer on that slide. It keeps flicking away. The hidden timer. And then lastly, signage, codifying that signage is required to prevent folks from coming in and just dumping things. How does this achieve our project objectives? Obviously, a wider buffer, as you see on the right, is going to better protect that wetland than the one in the upper photo where there's just a narrow buffer and all the trash is accumulating. It'll prevent dumping into the wetland and help maintain function, protecting biodiversity, and this clarifies our upland buffer requirements. I should have mentioned this earlier, but upland buffer isn't even mentioned in the current code, so this will be a big improvement. On mitigation, so the code only alludes to mitigation requirements. We're just codifying it, making it more clear for people. And then in 2A, you can see there that we're clarifying mitigations required by the county for isolated wetlands less than 1/2 acre. That's because the state has a out provision for if the wetland is isolated and less than 1/2 acre, you don't have to mitigate it with the state. We're just clarifying that it is required and codifying that for Orange County. And then mitigation will be required for impacts to upland buffers as well. This section of code clarifies the mitigation proposals will be assessed using UMAM as the method, and then it identifies some methods for mitigation. Mitigation bank credits are acceptable, and then restoration of degraded, existing, or former wetlands, enhancement of wetlands, preservation of uplands in some cases where there's a nexus to wetlands, and then creation of wetlands. These are all also in state code that we're required to recognize, and we're just codifying it in the county's code as well. Lastly, we'll continue to accept donation to the Conservation Trust Fund. That's been in the code all this time. Some applicants prefer to use it, and so we're not going to take that away as an option. This language codifies our preference for in-county mitigation, and you can see it says that all reasonable attempts should be made to mitigate wetland or surface water impacts within Orange County, preferably through on-site or off-site mitigation. And then the A through F here are our criteria for considering mitigation outside of the county. So the site has to be appropriate, it has to be located in the same hydrologic basin as the impact. The site has to benefit the basin where the impacts will occur. Mitigation bank credits are unavailable in the county. On-site mitigation is not expected to have comparable long-term viability, and off-site mitigation will provide greater improvement in ecological or functional value. So there's just some criteria to walk through for those kinds of proposals. Next is some language on conservation easements. And we're just describing here what we think the conservation easements should provide, being a bit specific. We don't have much in the way of that language in code now. Regarding amendments to conservation easements, this is really important because we don't have any criteria in code now regarding how we evaluate these. And so we've provided some criteria to determine whether what we would consider when we get those kinds of applications. So We think the conservation area should continue, despite the amendment, to maintain, preserve, and enhance connectivity, support unique and vulnerable habitats, provide habitat to listed species, provide capacity to reduce flooding, and promotes passive recreation. So if your amendment can continue to do these things, then that might be one that we would approve. The next section codifies new monitoring and maintenance requirements. So we're going from just a first 5 years of requirement to a perpetual requirement. So after the first 5 years, we would expect to continue to receive monitoring and maintenance reports every 3 years. And those would identify whether we're meeting success criteria. So less than 5% invasive and non-native species. The trash has been kept up, and the wildlife-friendly fencing, if there, and signage have been kept up as well. A new requirement, actually it's not new, it's new for the code, but we used to require these monitoring reports identify how is the groundwater level doing. So we're going back to that because we think it's important, 15, 20 years out, if something's changed in the area and the wetland's no longer hydrating at the level that is necessary to maintain function, then we need to know about that. We're not requiring any kind of technical requirements here. They could do something sophisticated to monitor groundwater levels, or they could do something as simple as a PVC pipe in the ground with a measuring stick. So we don't want to dictate the means and methods on that. And then lastly on this slide, after 15 years of maintenance and monitoring, we might reduce the frequency of the reporting at our discretion, so we give them opportunity to ask. So how is all of that meeting objectives for mitigation? We think it'll better protect wetlands, it'll incentivize in-county mitigation, maintain wetland function, promote purchase of new mitigation land, and then we're clarifying the requirements. Wrapping up here into the summary and next steps, as you can see, we had a heavy focus on study data and stakeholder feedback. The regulatory framework study gave us very valuable insight as to what other counties are doing, and then the state of the wetland study had some important science that we were able to draw on. And then all the important stakeholder feedback we got from the development community, municipalities, the NGOs, and the public was all very valuable and went into these concepts. The improved process and benefits to applicants, it's going to be increasing the predictability in those NGPs particularly, but also the standard permits. We've laid out very plain language for people to follow. And those are going to improve the workflow for both applicants and staff. And then we've clarified the application instructions. Increased protection for wetland resources. The tiered permitting system is definitely going to drive applicants to limit their wetland impacts. We've incorporated the modifier system to incentivize them to do more sustainable types of projects and avoid and minimize impacts, if possible, to get to a lower level of standard permit. The 100-foot buffer is going to be great for enhancing protection of the wetlands and improving their longevity. We've incorporated improvements and incentives for wetland mitigation processes. And then, of course, we're still considering how to incorporate the sensitive areas for St. Johns River and Shingle Creek. Our next steps, accompanying all this effort, is a fee study that we're doing. It was initiated just last month, and we are working very busily with our term contractor on that. We want to make sure that our fees are concurrent with staff resources spent on processing these kinds of permit applications. We suspect that what we have now, for one thing, it hasn't been updated in a decade, except for adjustments for inflation. And so we think it is probably much less than the actual amount of time it takes. And we anticipate that study to be done and a resolution to accompany the final adoption hearing for the ordinance in December. And then lastly, our next steps will be today's work session you see there in September. We'll be visiting the advisory boards again next through the fall. We'll go back through the Ag Board, the DAB, the Sustainability Board, and the EPC, and we will bring this before the EPC for an adoption recommendation as well as the Planning and Zoning Committee just before we come back before you December 12th for the adoption hearing. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you all for being so attentive. And we have our vendor here, Drummond Carpenter, and also Applied Ecology, who have helped us over the last 2 years on this to help answer questions. And of course, I'm available as well for questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tim. These are somewhat complex issues, but I do believe that the proposed changes to the code will allow us to better protect the wetlands. This morning we heard some feedback from different members of the public, and one of the areas that was talked about was the issues around the 100-foot buffer, and I think you have addressed the ability with the proposed changes to have some flexibility and determining the size of the buffer based upon the unique characteristics of the property in question, with balancing out all of the needs for related to property rights, but also protecting the wetlands. I'm curious, with all the various meetings that you have attended, when you have received feedback regarding the buffer, who are the individuals providing the feedback? Are they developers? Are they property owners? Are they advocates on behalf of preserving the environmentally sensitive lands?
That's a great question, Mayor. You may recall the slide where I mentioned on the feedback, some folks, it was the Goldilocks scenario. Some folks thought it was too much, some thought it was too little, and some thought it was just right. A lot of the comments about the buffer being appropriate, or even that we should consider larger buffers, came from the general public. Some of them who commented this morning were in support of that buffer and even larger buffers. Also, the NGOs that came and talked to us at the engagement sessions. But I will also tell you that on the development community side, we had developers comment that seems appropriate to them. There were other representatives of the development community that felt the opposite. Mostly environmental consultants expressed that that was too much, but they often expressed that the 25-foot buffer that we enforce now is also too much. So I would say that mostly the NGOs and the public think that it is a good idea and supported it. And the development communities, some of them, I think they're more into a sustainable type of development product. They supported it, and others did not.
You know, I think this whole notion regarding the scoring with the various modifiers and then the color coding matrix that you talked about, I recall during your briefing with me, you indicated that there might be some clarity that legal can bring regarding I think the Muni codes. Any follow-up from that, from legal or otherwise, in how that might impact, you know, how we kind of move? I remember there was some discussion about the grayscale use versus the color coding.
Yeah, just to clarify, because I don't think our legal rep, Georgiana Holmes, was present for that briefing, but she and I had talked about whether or not MuniCode will allow us to publish colors, the red, yellow, and green matrix. Mm-hmm. I do know there are ways that we can get around that with different kinds of shading or stippling on that matrix that'll convey the same message. But if the attorney's office has an opinion about the color coding and whether we'll be able to stick with that or not. I'd leave that to.
I saw her come forward, so she has an opinion. So come on up.
Georgiana Holmes from the County Attorney's Office. The comment that I had given to EPD is that often as someone who's asked to research historic codes, we know that they're photocopied multiple times. And so we didn't want to lose the color coding. We wanted to think about it on the fore end and see if maybe some sort of visual representation of polka dots and lines and shading might be a better approach, because while we can make sure that the first certified copy of this ordinance is in color, I was thinking more for the future members of the County Attorney's Office who might be looking at things that have been photocopied multiple times. So
Okay.
Regardless of whether it's color or visually represented in some other way, the concepts will be legally appropriate in the ordinance.
Okay, so before we get to the adoption phase of making final decisions, we'll kind of work through what's best in that regard. Okay, I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments by members of the board. We'll begin with Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, so I have like this gigantic pile of stuff over here because I honestly have really appreciated all the level of detail I've gotten from my friends at EPD, from the group that's come in and done the work on the state of the wetlands and continued to stay with us. Having participated at FAC and seeing the presentation, and then hearing from my colleagues across the state, hey, can you send me that presentation? Hey, that was really interesting. Was it hard for you to talk to the development community about? Literally everyone's watching. And so this is, the ramifications here are huge. The ramifications outside of here continue to grow every day. So I really appreciate the effort. I do think that there are pieces of this that I want done now. Yesterday, the ones that really feel like the right thing and they're very precise and ready to go. There are things that I would say I still have some concerns about. And I just maybe want to talk through it a little bit as far as in the definitions. So the avoidance definition in here continues to read, shall mean avoiding or preventing an impact to wetland, surface waters, weather functions by selecting the least damaging project type. So layman would say that sounded like minimization, not avoidance, right? Selecting the least damaging. So, if there's an opportunity to take that definition and actually put in there, not proceeding with a project or, whatever the sufficient legal definition would be. I know that there's, cross-reference with statute and making sure that things that have been decided out there that we're maintaining that language, but it's inherently damaging if we're picking the least damaging, right? So that's not really avoiding. That's just least damaging. I would say also when in the definition for mitigation, shall mean wetland enhancement, restoration, creation, and or preservation project that serves to offset unavoidable wetland impacts. I mean, that's arguable, right? Were they unavoidable? How are we defining that? And if we go back to our definition of avoidance, we've now done a perfectly circular definitional loop. So I would say that mitigation, to define unavoidable in there, I'm just not sure if you're bolstering an argument for the mitigation, if that's the reason, maybe do it, but I don't understand otherwise why that would need to be in there.
So, Commissioner, you might want to stop and let him respond.
Okay,
because otherwise he'll get, he may get lost in all of that.
Yeah,
so,
look,
okay.
Absolutely.
Let me just say that this is still very much a working draft. So what we're going to do is take your comments back. We still have different words and small things that we're not fully settled on either ourselves. So we'll take that. We'll take that back. We'll shop the thesaurus and come up with some alternative words that nail down definitions and concepts, because that is one of the goals, that we want to clarify these definitions and things so that there's less ambiguity.
That's it. I was going to say, I think I've watched the struggle that staff has had thus far trying to be able to pin these things down when an application comes forward. So really being able to give you all something that you can enforce and have predictably. I think the other piece that I continue to have concerns with is the amount of trust we put in an applicant team, including hired consultants that then go out and create a report that we consider the substance for a CAD or CAI. Knowing that we have as much data as we've been able to get through our wetland, state of the wetland, why would we trust an applicant's team to provide all of that, other than they need to be financially responsible for bringing forward the information? But as far as where those boundaries are, even when we talk about what those buffers look like, right? And we hear from consultants teams on the applicant's team consultant all the time, well, there hasn't been an eagle in that nest in 3 years. I don't know that. Show me that. Where did we put in here that we'll actually need to, when they go out and do that and submit it, which yes, the burden is theirs, but how do we verify that? We have the science and data. Will there be a checks and balances inherent in that application process?
So we'll, something like, wildlife nesting near the site, that'll get included in these different analyses that we're requesting. And, they'll provide that data. Staff will review it. And let me just say that we fully anticipate situations where staff will come to a different conclusion after reading those analyses than the applicant's agent is promoting. And we'll have discussions with them. We disagree with your findings here. You need to go back.
And I've already seen that, but what I'm saying is we got to bake it in here, right? So that you have the ability. So, for instance, on page 11, within the 1537.8 wetland determination, the applicant is responsible for determining the landward extent of wetlands and surface waters according to code, which can be completed by the applicant or by an authorized agent of the applicant. That sounds a little bit like we're trusting them to supply accurate information about that. So this is where I'm saying that if there's a possibility.
So give them an idea about what kind of language you think would address your concern there.
Well, the kind of language that allows them to be the determinants of that once an application comes in.
Okay. So we'll double check this, and if we don't have language identifying that, staff will review and staff will review the wetland limits. We do that now, and we adjust it based on staff's understanding of the delineation methodology. So we'll make sure that we get that in there as well.
Perfect. And then the other one is, within the definition of mitigation, there was created wetlands, which I think we're going to have to figure out how to do that better and do it in more places everywhere. And I try to do it when I talk to applicants about retention, right, and creating potential amenitized retention so that it can mimic wetlands. But then my question is, definitionally, does that fall into something man-made now, and does it drop back out of our ability to protect it?
No, it wouldn't, because it would get a conservation easement put over it as mitigation, and it'll be protected in perpetuity.
All right, thank you so much. Like I said, I've enjoyed this so much. You all have done such an incredible job, and we're going to continue to hone in on sharpening those tools in the tool chest to really improve our overall process. But thank you for all of your time.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you for your work on this. So you said you were hearing a little bit from the developers. What have you been hearing from cities? I know there was some concern I had heard from one in my district, and I was curious what the result. Are you working with them? Have we made a decision whether this will be countywide or just unincorporated?
So our goal right now is to improve our ordinance. We are not evaluating the ordinance in a way we're not designing it in a way that we will definitely be asserting it over the municipalities. We're just evaluating our ordinance in a way to make it the most protective of wetlands and make our policies and procedures clear and improve the process for our applicants. Once codified, we will then, in coordination with the Attorney's Office, review each of the municipalities' rules and determine whether our code is more restrictive or not, and then per the charter provisions, we may assert the new code over those municipalities. We have been engaging with them. They've been invited to every stakeholder engagement. We did a special engagement session where we only invited the municipalities, and we've had some of them that have been engaged with us. Some of them have attended the engagement sessions. Some of them have written into us with their concern, or just to ask to be sure to include them, in our distribution list on all of the correspondence. So they are following, some to a greater extent than others, but we're not. We haven't got any specific feedback, I would say, about how, well, make sure you include this in your code or don't include this because our municipality doesn't want that. We haven't had that kind of specific engagement with any of them. But I know that there are several of them that are following closely and have contacted us during the engagement sessions and talked to us.
Well, it's complicated, and so I'm sure maybe they're waiting to see how we enact it for a little while and see how it goes. So maybe there's a wait and see kind of attitude. All right, well, just keep me apprised of that progress. Thank you.
Commissioner Bonilla.
Well, I just definitely want to start off by saying thank you to staff. I definitely know the struggles that you all go through, and you care so much, and it must hurt your hearts every time you see wetlands, filled in and destroyed. And this must be such an exciting time for you to be able to do this work, and you have a supportive board here to support you in it. So this must really be one of those moments you're really enjoying in your career. So I just want to say kudos to you. Thank you so much, and I am happy for you. I do have a couple of questions within enforcement. Can you explain that a little bit, what that is, what that means, and if we're following some state statutes that kind of bind us to what we're able to do?
So we, thank you for that question, because it kind of escaped the slideshow, but we do enforcement. It is complaint driven, so we get a complaint from either a named caller or an anonymous caller. Either way, if it's an environmental issue, we investigate them. We investigate those, and we are looking for wetland impacts that are occurring either without any permit or outside the scope of an issued permit. And we have our own code enforcement officers that investigate those complaints. They issue notices of violation with penalties associated with them in many cases. If we don't get compliance, we can take them before the special magistrate, and they can levy a daily running lien on properties. So we feel we have a fairly robust enforcement program. I think we have something in the neighborhood of 200 cases per year. I know during the regulatory framework study, we identified that none of those other counties even approach the number of enforcement cases that we process each year. I think the highest one of the other counties was 50 per year. So we have a really robust program. And I'm glad you brought it up, especially because we're adding codifying all of our enforcement procedures that we've developed over time into the code, because they were completely absent before. And so, a lot of times people will question either the authority, why are you enforcing this? Why are you establishing an enforcement case against me on my property for this wetland issue? There's nothing in the code about that. There's no procedure in the code about that. So it's all based on policy that we've implemented over the decades. And there is a state level component of it. The state initially developed a matrix that we use to calculate how much the penalty might be. And we've adapted that, but it's still based in large part on how the state processes their fees. Just to sum up on that, we do have a robust enforcement program, a number of staff that are solely dedicated to enforcement, and we're putting all of that into code where it's previously been absent.
All right, thank you. And my other question is on the buffers. I know I was watching the public comments. So I know someone mentioned that the buffers are for prevention of pollution, but also for flooding. So what are we doing to make sure that we also have buffers to prevent from, let's say, by water bodies, if it overflows because we have a hurricane, which has happened. Even some thunderstorms has caused some of these water bodies to overflow and cause flooding to these homes. Does this help prevent those homes from being built within these areas that could flood?
To an extent, yes. I mean, any increase in the upland buffer is going to provide more storage capacity. And so the 100-foot buffer is definitely for new projects going forward, going to mitigate the effects of those storms and the flooding that occurs. Absolutely. And we've actually heard from staff at Public Works that are, in fact, it was presented in a stormwater presentation earlier this year that increased upland buffers will help mitigate the effects of flooding.
Okay, and are those buffers, if they're evidence-based, would they be different depending on the area? So are we able to just say, general overall 100-foot buffer, but in some areas it might extend past that depending on what the level of the height of the land is?
So I think we're still evaluating details on how we might require a larger buffer. So that's not quite ironed out yet, but certainly in cases where we know flooding has been a problem due to data from past storms would be something we might key in on to require an applicant to provide larger buffer. So we'll take that back and make sure we incorporate something to that effect.
Okay, thank you. And this is really just a statement on the property rights. Our planet belongs to the future, not to us. So we just have to keep that in mind as well. And I really like how we have this, the proposed new sensitive areas. And, you mentioned the St. John's. So I did pass out to the board members this PowerPoint from Live Wildly Foundation. They had met with me recently. We had first met at a conference, and we had an appointment, and she went over this information with us. I did give this to Beth Jackson because it was more looking at where we should consider conservation for land. But it has a lot of great data that is also relevant to wetlands protection. So if you see, we have the wildlife corridor, which is along that St. John's area that you have marked as one of those new sensitive areas. It also includes the floodplains, and it also includes aquifer recharge, water recharge areas, which was very interesting to me because that has been a discussion, I know, in the people who live in East Orange area. When it comes to the Grow and Sustenance, you can see that whole area is a recharge area, which we've always said. And also the habitat, biodiversity of the habitats, and sea level sprawl, which was very interesting. And I think that, or I feel and I believe that our Vision 2050 really helped with this sea level sprawl. And what that means is that on the coast, people are going to be evacuating those areas and moving more inland. And, these may be areas that they want to move to, but our Vision 2050 is going to be mostly focusing any newcomers to the urban area and higher dense areas rather than spreading out to environmentally sensitive areas. So that will definitely help with this. But, this is definitely some data here. Unfortunately, I did not think of sending it to you based on the wetland studies, but I know Liz has it too. She could forward it to you. And this may be some of that data that you were looking for to help with that. And I also connected them with the person from Live Wildly Foundation who can provide more data assistance, and it's free. So you don't have to pay for that. Free is better, right?
Definitely.
Always better. So, definitely want to make sure that we are taking some of these sensitive areas into consideration too. I know we have these parameters that we have, but how do these parameters fit into when we do have a large area that needs to be protected? And like I said, I like the way you proposed new sensitive areas because that really does look at that. Certain areas that have, all of these attributes to it that we may want to focus more attention to that and put more protection to those areas. Yeah, I'll just let you comment on that unless if you have any response.
No, this is great. As I mentioned regarding the sensitive areas, we're still looking at what studies we might be able to pull from the universe to help support the St. John's and Shingle Creek sensitive areas. So we'll take this back, look particularly at what references they relied upon to develop the maps that they've developed. So thank you for that, and I'm sure it'll help us be able to put together the technical data that we need.
Okay, thank you. And I did have one last question, but I think you covered it with the previous answer on the county's authority over municipalities when it comes to environmental protection. I know they don't have the resources that we do, and so that's definitely something that we should consider, especially since our charter does put the county at the top of the environmental protection when it comes to municipalities. And I'm not sure if the CRC is looking at that, but probably it's something that they're looking at as well, making sure that it's clear, but something else to think about.
Okay.
And I'm glad that you are looking at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you so much. I said before that I'm happy for you, but I'm also happy for the residents of Orange County because the residents of Orange County are the ones who are benefiting from this and our future generations.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Very active conversation here. I think is relevant to the fact that we are a growing community. Central Florida's population is projected to continue to increase in the next decade or so, and it's going to become really important that as we develop land, that we have codified appropriate laws and rules that give the guidance to those who will be developing by also making it a priority to preserve our environmentally sensitive lands. So as I see it, part of the goal here is to increase the awareness, but to also increase the volume of applications that will come before the county as a regulatory authority going forward. But everybody wants to know what the rules of engagement are. Those developers want to know, the property owners, the various advocacy groups, so that there's appropriate guidance there. But we also want to make certain that we balance this need to grow with growing in a very responsible way. So I do see this as a significant benefit to our community as we move forward. Our goal is to try to get it right as best as we can with the input from all of the various sources. And so I do look forward to the conversation continuing as we move forward. Commissioner Scott, I just noticed, did you hit your button?
Oh, my apologies, Mayor. I did have 3 questions. Tim, thanks for your work. I do appreciate it. When you talked about the invasive species, what activities are you guys going to undertake to mitigate, like, the disruption to the ecosystem? Like, obviously, you can't do everything, but do you have any measures in place to be able to mitigate when there are invasive species, whether it's plant life or anything like that?
EPD, well, we have our Green Place program, and so on county lands, they manage for invasive species, and, you know, through various methodologies that they have. But on privately owned lands, we don't have our own program where we manage invasive species, but we do think that in the new code, we're developing some incentives through that modifier scheme that will drive landowners when they're doing a project to also provide a management plan for invasive and exotic species so that they can take advantage of that bump to potentially drive their project down in a permitting level. So we don't do it ourselves on private lands, but we're building a framework here that will incentivize property owners to do so.
Great, and that'll coincide with like some type of education program so they know that it is available for them to do different things. Secondly, you referenced the wildlife fencing. What is your reference? How are you defining that? Are you defining that by like what Florida Fish and Wildlife or USDA? Like, so if you're encouraging wildlife-friendly fencing, what is the reference point or the standard that we should build those to? If you get what I'm saying.
So we get pretty specific in the code about the type of fence and the post materials and that kind of thing. But the goal, and honestly, we're still massaging that language about the fencing. But the goal is to have fencing that we know through our expert staff and our expert vendor staff, we know that there are kinds of fencing that wildlife can easily move through, and other types of fencing, such as solid panels and solid type wall fencing, that they can't move through. And similarly, fencing that facilitates the movement of water and fencing that would prevent expeditious movement of water. So fencing that is generally has open areas within it and open holes, whether that be split rail fencing, which is typically just consists of the wooden posts and then 2 rails, that's it. Or even sometimes wire fencing that is limited in the amount of wire that is between the posts. There's some kinds of wire fencing that is designed to preclude wildlife from getting through it, and other kinds of, like a chain link fence, and other kinds of wire fencing that easily facilitates wildlife moving through it. So we're going to spell it out very specifically in code which types and which materials we think would facilitate wildlife and water and which kinds would not.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question, so with the upland buffer, the 100-foot upland buffer, that as you make adjustments and you finalize this, that doesn't preclude us, based on circumstance, property, from requesting as a conditional approval additional buffers based on whatever development that may come in a particular area?
That's right. Similar to the answer I gave Commissioner Bonilla, when there are factors on the site that indicate a larger buffer may be necessary, whether it's to protect some special area, maybe it's adjacent to an outstanding Florida waterway, or it's an area where there's known recurring flooding following storms, something like that, that indicates a larger buffer may be warranted. We will have flexible enough language in the code that allows us to require that.
Okay, thank you so much. I know this requires a lot of work on your part, a lot of coordination, a lot of research for sure, but I do appreciate your work and answering my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, with that, we've come to the point this morning where we have concluded the morning's agenda. We will go into recess and reconvene for the afternoon. Did I leave one out?
Yes. It's in the afternoon. We had contemplated the two items being a lot more public comment. We always have to guess. Sometimes we think short, and then we have 40 people show up. So we moved the pedestrian overpass to end of day.
So that comes in the afternoon. So we will reconvene at 2 p.m. And with that, thank you all very much. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the live Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of September the 26th, 2023. As we begin the afternoon portion of the meeting today, we're going to start with the planning and zoning recommendations, and Mr. Ted Kozak, the chief planner, is going to come forward and frame these items.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On September 7th, 2023, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 18 cases. 16 of those cases were recommended for approval. 2 cases, VA 2310-084 Dogtopia signs and ZM 2307-044 certified auto repair, were continued. 1 case, SC 2310-079 Windermere High School, was approved, but is being pulled from this agenda. As a part of the amended settlement agreement between OCPS and the county, future public hearing will be held for this item, which is anticipated to be October the 24th, Board of County Commissioners meeting. The zoning division will be requesting that case to be scheduled for a public hearing. The BZA appeal deadline was Friday, September 22nd, 2023. No cases were appealed. It is my understanding that Commissioner Uribe would like to pull Wind River case number SC 2306-045 for a future board called hearing. So with the exception of the Windermere High School case, SC 2310-079, and Wind River case SC 2306-045 that has been pulled for a public hearing, we request that the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings. Thank you.
All right, and with that, with the exception of the items that have been pulled and duly noted, is there a motion for approval?
Second, Gomez.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll then move to the next item on our agenda for this afternoon, and this is under the public hearing section A1. With this item, we're going to call on Ms. Lisa Sneed, the Assistant County Administrator, as we open this public hearing. This is an administrative item, which she will be framing from this point. And with that, Ms. Sneed, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, members of the audience. Today we are here to do an annual administrative process called the Hospital and Medicaid Reimbursement Local Provider Participation Fund Rate Resolution. I'll give you a little bit of background and describe the resolution, and then go over the actions that are requested today of you. So the background is that due to stagnant rates of Medicaid reimbursement, the hospitals in Florida have faced challenges in providing millions of dollars of uncompensated cost for care for those who qualify for Medicaid. Historically, only 60% of those costs are covered. Recently, the amount of dollars that are uncovered for Medicaid costs for our hospitals is roughly $470 million. This slide shows the state of Florida's contact information if anybody is interested in finding out if they do qualify for Medicaid. Typically, this benefit goes to children, pregnant women, disabled, deaf, blind, and some elderly. In April of 2021, the Center for Medicaid Services, CMS, approved the Florida Agency Healthcare Administration's proposal for a statewide Medicaid managed care hospital direct payment program. The direct payment program is intended to help offset those uncompensated Medicaid costs and to improve the quality of care provided to Florida's Medicaid population. Support is provided to the hospitals. It translates into greater medical care for patients and better opportunities for the hospitals to further address community care gaps. So back on August 24th of 2021, the board approved an ordinance to allow for this this direct payment program through the local provider participation fund. And as I said, it provides a benefit to the hospitals. It does not have a financial impact at all on the county or the county's residents. These are the counties of the 67 counties in Florida. 21 of those counties participate, have ordinances that allow this program. And the yellow highlighted counties are the most populous counties, and all of those in the state of Florida do participate in a program such as this. All of the assessed hospitals, profit and not-for-profit in Florida, in Orange County, which are listed here, the 8 hospitals are all participating in this program. This chart shows you the first year of collections, and the column of numbers to the left represent the amount of intergovernmental transfer, or the amount of the non-ad valorem assessment that these hospitals charge, and then that money gets sent to the state, and then the federal government matches those funds and provides the far right column back to the hospitals to help pay some of that uncovered cost. So in 2021, these are the collections, 2022 collections, and then this being the third year of the program, I also wanted to highlight that we do other things to try to support the low-income pool, and there were 4 agenda items on today's consent agenda that also helped with that, and those are listed here. So annually, what we're required to do per Florida statute is come back to you and get you to adopt the rate resolution that identifies what the assessments will be. It has to be, again, against private, not-for-profit hospitals, and it is levied and collected and enforced against those properties that are located in the county. It's computed and assessed according to a formula that was established under federal regs and derived from hospital cost reports and reports from AHCA. Once it's imposed, the assessment constitutes a lien against the assessed property, which is equal in rank and dignity with all the liens of the state, county, district, or municipal taxing districts and other non-ad valorem assessments. Failure to pay may lead to foreclosure, resulting in a loss of title. The comptroller administers the program. Thank you, Comptroller Diamond. Funds are generated by the assessment or are held in a separate account called the Local Provider Participation Fund. Funds may only be used to provide ACA the non-federal share for Medicaid payments in support of hospitals serving Medicaid and low-income patients, and to reimburse admin costs, which are not allowed to exceed $150,000. And I just wanted to note that we are reimbursing the comptroller for those administrative costs. Federal regulations require that the assessment be broad-based, uniformly imposed, and the hospitals need to pay this assessment no later than December 31st of this year. So the assessment rate resolution this year has a rate of 2.18%, and that's based on the hospital's net patient revenue for each assessed property identified in the non-ad valorem assessment roll. There's a limit on the amount of federal match that the state can pull down, which is why there's still that gap. The gap, which was 60% before, is now not as large because approximately 83% of those costs are covered. So in addition to the rate resolution, there's a letter of agreement, which is between the Orange County Local Provider Participation Fund and Region Step 7 of the State of Florida AHCA. The general provisions of this intergovernmental transfer are established and not to exceed upward of $207 million. There are regulations spelled out in the agreement related to record retention, monitoring, and assignment of subcontractors. So with that, Commissioners, there are a couple of requested actions. There's a budget amendment. It was item number D8 today. It was pulled to go with this item. However, that is just basically a truing up of what we had budgeted and what we actually have available and need to send to AHCA. So that's what that budget amendment is. And so with that, the requested actions are to approve the rate resolution, the assessment roll, and the letter of agreement for the Local Provider Participation Fund. And then also I'm going to ask for approval of the budget amendment. Any questions?
All right. Do we have any questions or comments by members of the board at this time? All right. To the representatives from the various hospitals that are here, thank you for your presence today. What I will tell you is this has been a really good program because of the match of the federal funds. It has allowed the hospitals to close the gap of their potential losses, but also it ensures that patients have access to quality health care within our community. And so this has been a wonderful program. There's still some concerns in our state. Obviously, Florida is one of the states that does not participate in the federal Medicaid expansion program. And because of that, that creates some of the challenges with payment to those who provide the health care services. So as a community, this has been a good opportunity for us to get some of our taxpayer dollars that are paid to the federal government coming back into our community. And so with that, this is the requested action before us: approval of the rate resolution, the assessment roll, and a letter of agreement for the local provider participation fund. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved, Uribe. Second, Scott.
It's a public hearing.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. We're going to move it really quickly today, but before we do that, this is an administrative item, so there's not an applicant. But I am going to open it up for any public comment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay. Then we'll close the public hearing, and once again, is there a motion for
So
approval?
move, Uribe.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Mayor,
and-
can we also get a motion to approve the consent item, the budget amendment that was?
So moved, Uribe.
We have a
Second,
motion by
Scott.
Uribe and a second by Commissioner Scott on the budget amendment. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you all to the hospital administrators. All right, we'll move to the next item, item B2. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and with this, we're going to ask Ms. Karen Garrett-Krause, the Environmental Program Supervisor, to come forward, and she's going to frame this item. And with that, you are recognized at this time.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Today I'm presenting a Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permit Application, SADF 2301-000. The applicants are Federico and Danielle Hollander. Here is a location map. The property is located at 10017 Lone Tree Lane, Orlando, Florida, 32836 on Lake Tibbet-Butler. Here's an aerial photo of the subject property. And here are some photos of the existing seawall and the current condition. Here's the site plan. The applicant are proposing to construct approximately 110 feet of replacement vinyl seawall along the normal high water elevation of Lake Tibbet-Butler in order to replace an existing wooden seawall that is in poor condition. The proposed seawall will end at the adjacent seawall to the west. The adjacent parcel to the east also has an existing seawall, but it is in disrepair. Therefore, the proposed wall will be constructed with a 10-foot return on the eastern end. Based on prior board direction, riprap and plantings are required for new seawalls and replacement seawalls. Therefore, the applicants will be required to install both of these waterward of the normal high water elevation and the seawall. Here's a cross-section of the proposed seawall. This project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. EPD staff was unable to find a permit for the existing wooden wall, but have determined that the structure was constructed prior to 1987 and prior to the applicant's purchase of the property in 2016. Due to the fact that the existing unpermitted seawall was constructed by a previous property owner, no enforcement action has been taken. Notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet of the project site. EPD has received no objections to this request. Our finding, Pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4, EPD has evaluated the proposed shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit application and required documents, and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 33-129. Our requested action: acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 23-01000 for Frederico and Danielle Hollander, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This project is in District 1.
All right, is the applicant on this item present or a representative? If so, if you'd like to make any comments, we would ask you to come forward at this time. Okay, he's waving on making any comments. With that, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, could I move the requested action subject to conditions?
Second more.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda at this time, and this will be item B3, and we'll open the public hearing on this item. And once again, Ms. Karen Garrett-Krause from EPD will be framing this item, and with that, you're recognized.
Okay, today I'm presenting after the fact shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit application, SADF 23-06017. The applicants are Dwayne and Stephanie Williams. Here's a location map. The property is located at 39 Interlaken Road, Orlando, Florida, 32804 on Lake Fairview. Here's an aerial of the subject property. Some background. On October 12, 2022, EPD staff conducted a routine compliance inspection for boat dock permit BD 2103034 and noted that a large amount of lakeshore vegetation had been removed and hardening material, riprap, had been installed along the shoreline. No permits had been obtained for the vegetation removal or shoreline hardening. On January 26, 2023, EPD issued a notice of violation enforcement case 22-615498 to the property owners for the unauthorized work. An administrative penalty in the amount of $4,070 was assessed, which was remitted to the Conservation Trust Fund on January 11, 2023 for the unauthorized impacts to the lake shore. On January 20th, 2023, EPD received shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit 23-06017 to authorize the existing riprap, which includes a planting plan to revegetate the shoreline with native species. Here are some photos of the existing conditions. Here is the site plan. The riprap revetment is approximately 145 feet in length and made of natural stone. There is an existing seawall on the parcel to the south, and there are other shoreline hardenings on properties on Lake Fairview. Based on prior board directions, plantings are normally required for shoreline hardening projects, including riprap revetments. Therefore, the applicants will install plantings waterward of the riprap. Here's a cross-section of the riprap revetment. The project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 15, Article 6, and the review criteria and conditions issuance therein. Notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet of the project, and EPD has received no objections. Pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 15, Article 6, EPD has evaluated the proposed permit application and required documents and made a finding that is consistent with sections 15 to 18. Our requested action: acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division, and approval of the after-the-fact shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit, SADF 2306017. Please excuse me, I'm getting over a cold. For Dwayne and Stephanie Williams, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This project is in District 2.
Okay, I think you didn't advance the slide to the.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
There we go.
Thank you.
All right, with that, is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and make any comments? Okay, she's indicating no. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Moore, would you like to offer a motion?
I would. I move the recommended action.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda. This is B4. We're going to open the public hearing on this item, and Ms. Garrett Krause once again will be framing this next item as well. Hopefully you can make it through this. Do you have
Thank
water
you.
over
I
there?
apologize. I'm getting over a cold and it's not.
Do you have any water over there?
I do. I have some.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm
All
so
right.
sorry for this.
All right.
Okay, I'm here to present shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit application. Thank you. SADF 2305014. The applicant is Gunnar Schuler. Here's a location map. And here's an aerial. Here are some photos of the existing conditions. And here is the site plan. The applicant is proposing to construct approximately 100 feet of replacement vinyl seawall directly in front of the existing wooden wall that's in poor condition. The seawall will have 4-foot returns on either side. There are existing seawalls on both adjacent properties, and other seawalls are present on other properties on Lake Holden. Forgive me. Based on prior direction, riprap and plantings are required for new and replacement seawalls. Therefore, the applicant will install riprap and plantings waterward of the seawall. Here is the cross-section of the replacement wall. The project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 15, Article 6, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. EPD staff did not find a permit for the existing wooden wall, but determined that the structure was constructed in 2006, prior to when the applicant purchased the property in 2022. Since it was existing and constructed by a previous owner, no enforcement action has been taken. Notification of the public hearing was sent to the property owners within 500 feet, and EPD has received no objections. Pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 15, Article 6, EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and required documents and made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 15-218. The action requested acceptance of the finding and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 2305014 for Gunnar Schuler, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This project is located in District 3.
All right. Is Gunnar Schuler or a representative present? And if so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? Okay. Don't see anyone. Are the members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. With that, then we'll close the public hearing and we'll ask for a motion from the district commissioner, Commissioner Uribe.
So moved, Uribe.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, the next item on our agenda is B5, or correction, C5. And this is regarding a Board of Zoning Adjustment board call hearing. I'll open the public hearing on this item, and I'll ask Mr. Kozak to come forward. It's my understanding that this item is being continued, and so we'll ask Mr. Kozak to frame this item because it was advertised. We do have
Correct.
to kind of go forward.
Thank you again, Mayor and Commissioners. Just a brief description. This is VA 2306-031. This was continued from the August meeting to this date. It is my understanding that after a community meeting that was held on September the 5th, there was some discussion, and the intent is to continue this item to January the 9th, 2024 BCC hearing, if so moved. It is also my understanding the applicant is not here today, but certainly we can ask that question.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kozak. Well, I'll just double check. Is the applicant or representative present? There is not. So do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. And is there a motion for the requested action?
Yes, I'd like to file a motion to continue this case to January 9th, 2024 at 2 p.m.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda. This is item D6. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Ted Kozak, the Chief Planner from our zoning division, will be framing this item. And with that, Mr. Kozak, you're recognized.
Thank you again. This is SE 2211-118. The applicant and appellant is the Temple on Hempel. This is in the A1 Citrus Rural Zoning District and also is in the Gotha Rural Settlement. It is at 2198 Hempel Avenue in Gotha. We'll see in a second the location as it's on the west side of Hempel. The tract size is approximately 8.37 acres. This is in District 1, and the commissioner has been briefed. The request itself is a special exception in the A1 zoning district to allow for the construction of an 800-seat, 45,000 square foot religious institution. I will be talking about some very recent amendments and description of the application, so that number we will talk about in a very short moment. This is the location map. So it's on the west side of Hempel Avenue. To the north and west is State Road 408, and you're not too far north of the turnpike. The zoning district for this and surrounding areas is A1, except to the east it's a subdivision with the PD, as you can see there. The aerial map indicates that it is vacant. It was formerly I understand, a nursery in the past. There's some site not improvements, but it's a shared nursery, sometimes operations to the south. This is the proposed site plan per as application that came in. We'll see later on there's been some slight changes. So the building itself is towards your center and closer to the highway. You can see parking areas. An entry, as we will point out soon, to the east, which currently matches the existing entry configuration to the subdivision to the east. To the south and west is to remain as a sodded area. The landscape plan is proposed in the application, including perimeter buffers and landscaping and parking islands. Elevations, this is north and the east, and north facing, which I failed to point out, but I will be pointing out soon. The use to the north is an existing religious institution, so this is the direction you'd be facing. To the east would be facing towards the subdivision that I talked about, west towards generally the State Highway 408, and to the south, which is a existing nursery. This is a site photograph facing from Hempel. This is facing west. There are trees existing. Some of these trees are in the right-of-way itself, and towards your left is getting closer to the nursery to the south. This is essentially facing directly across from the entryway from the subdivision. This is the east side of the property, generally facing south. There's towards the background, you see power lines. That is 408 towards the right in the background. And then this is facing north at the north property line. That's that adjacent religious institution in the parking lot. In the foreground are the trees, and I'll talk about trees that we'd be looking towards increased preservation of on the site. And then that's the entryway to that subdivision I keep talking about from Hempel facing east. As I talked about, the site is vacant, and except for the south portion, which is partially utilized for the adjacent nursery. Wanted to make note that religious institutions are allowed within rural settlements in agricultural zoning districts with special exception as what has been requested for. Adjacent are single-family residences I've already talked about. That's across Hempel to the east, State Highway 408, the church to the north, and nursery to the south. Ingress, egress at that point where it's the increased width entryway, and that's from Hempel to the east. Proposed, talked about the 800 seats of the religious institution, and as I alluded to, the size recently, as a couple days ago, the applicant clarified that the footprint is to remain the same as we've seen already, but the square feet is 33,419, and as advertised was 45,000 square feet. As applied for is 312 parking spaces. In the recent days as well, the applicant is also provided a change in the a reduction that his staff was talking about, and that is 30 spaces down to the code requirement. And then finally, the hours of operation indicated by the applicant in the application between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. daily, originally indicated with no school activities or planned outdoor events. Applicant has since clarified that there would be potentially up to the 4 typical outdoor events per year that assembly uses would be given if so approved. Wanted to get into a little detail in the Gotha rural settlement and talk about rural settlements themselves. The designation for this and other rural settlements would have began back in 1991 in the comprehensive plan. It is to recognize and protect the character of existing communities and subdivisions located in a rural service area such as this one. It is also to reflect and maintain an existing rural lifestyle and recognize the county's heritage of historic rural communities such as Gotha. It is not intended to be merely areas waiting to be urbanized, meaning it's just ready to go and is vacant, but it has character to be maintained long-term. Rural settlements generally limit commercial and office uses to those that support existing residential uses and serve the residents of the community. The proposal itself does meet the minimum setback requirements for the A1 zoning district. The building and parking area, however, could be reduced in size to potentially be more compatible with the surrounding area and rural settlement. And as I talked about, the required parking is 282 spaces. Previously, as the application came in, it was 312 spaces as proposed. The County Transportation Planning Division, there was a trip generation analysis conducted, indicated things such as few visitors during the weekday. Saturdays, those are the most visitors, and they arrive in the evening. There's intersection operational analysis, including intersection of Hempel and Lakeview Drive at the project driveway. There was an indication of sufficient capacity in all scenarios evaluated. A micro simulation analysis was performed for build-out scenarios. There were no deficiencies identified as a result of project traffic impact. Now, I wanted to point out and just go briefly over the closest assemblies or religious institutions in the Gotha Rural Settlement, and just have a comparison with the size as proposed in this application. So we talked about the adjacent church, the religious institution to the north, a couple of buildings around 5,500 square feet each. To the north and east, there is another assembly type of a use, and that is on a much larger property itself. So proportionally, the square feet would be encompassed in a different manner. However, just pointing out the square feet, and there are 4 buildings on that property. Moving farther down, Hempel itself, there's an existing 10,000 and almost 500 square foot religious institution, and then even farther across the turnpike, a 1,234 square foot religious institution. So again, the whole effort of the exercise is to point out the difference in size compared to what is proposed today with all the buildings in the area that are in this current rural settlement. There was a community meeting held back on June 12th. There were 55 attendees, including the applicant, county staff, and the public. The majority of the attendees spoke out against, and the comments included inconsistency with the rural settlement, the traffic, the concern about the size and scale, and concerns about drainage, flooding, runoff, and environmental issues. Staff recommended denial of the special exception as the use is not compatible with the rural settlement nor the surrounding area, and the size, scale, and intensity of the proposed improvements compared to the size, scale, and intensity of other buildings in the area, as I indicated on that exhibit, would be a detrimental intrusion. Public feedback. The staff mailed out 1,236 notices to adjacent property owners in a 3,000 foot radius. Staff, prior to the BZA, received 12 correspondences in favor of the request. 11 of these are unmapped. There were 32 correspondences in opposition received to the request, 15 unmapped. Since then, between the Board of Zoning Adjustment and the BCC, up until an hour ago, 54 additional correspondences were received in favor and 11 in opposition. And as we're aware, there are the 6 special exception criteria, such as the use consistent with the comprehensive plan, the use being similar and compatible with the surrounding area and consistent with the pattern of surrounding development, use not being a detrimental intrusion into the surrounding area, the use meeting the performance standards of the use which the use is permitted, the use similar noise, vibration, dust, odor, etc. that are associated with majority of the uses currently permitted in the zoning district, and finally, landscape buffer yards to be in accordance with the landscape code. The BZA concluded that the size and scale of the use was not consistent with the comprehensive plan, not similar and compatible with the development pattern of the surrounding area. There was a note that the proposal would be the largest building in the Gotha Rural Settlement, noted concerns about traffic in the area, would it be a detrimental intrusion, and recommended denial of that special exception. So the requested action is either deny the applicant's request or approve the applicant's request with conditions. Now, making note that the application or the request was recommended for denial. However, the staff report that was going into the Board of Zoning Adjustment had a number of conditions, which I wanted to point out. So these were the recommended, and then I will frame a final exhibit that just discusses things that staff had made comments and suggestions about how it maybe if so approved, there would be adjustments made to make it more compatible. So the first condition, the typical template, in accordance with the site plan elevations. 2, Florida statutes. 3, any deviations. 4, timeline given, 3 years. Hours of operation. 5, 6, no more than 4 advertised outdoor events. 6, 7, outdoor lighting photometric plans compliant with the county code. 8, the number of parking spaces to be reduced from 282 and from the proposed, and the drive aisle widths reduced from 24 to 22, and talking about trees and maintaining trees 3 inches in diameter and greater. 9, the access drive from Hempel shall be reduced to 24 feet in total width with no center median. 10, the facility limitation to 800 feet seats. 11, also talking about recommended replacement in specimen trees and preserving those trees and perimeter buffer and landscape areas. 12, the site plan modifying to move the building east of all the parking to be behind to allow more compatibility and not seeing a large number of parking spaces from Hempel itself. 13, time of permitting, the existing curb cut on Hempel shall be removed and restored to a grass strip. And 14, talking about an exclusive northbound left turn lane. And then 15, if so, recommended, after the discussions and the applicant coming in with revising the square feet of 15 would be new. The total building area shall not exceed 33,419, which was given by the applicant themselves. So moving to the graphic that I alluded to here, I'll orient this and frame it as the conditions I just talked about, and there are just 4 that are affected. So in the green, that would be, as staff pointed out, the number of spaces that could be converted from pavement to landscaping to preserve more trees and potentially reduce impacts on the environment. The next was what I talked about also in condition 8, that is reducing the width of the drive aisles from 24 to 22. This is a typical, so you could imagine the whole site. The blue would have the drive aisle width reduced down, so that would also increase opportunities for green space. The entryway width, as I talked about, as indicated now, is 63 feet with the center median, which has been told by the applicant to match the adjacent neighborhood to the east. Staff talked about in condition number 9 to reduce that down to just the minimum 24 feet. And I talked about the preservation of regulated trees over 3 inches DBH, which would be buffer landscape areas, and allowing opportunities for a lot of those trees. There are trees to the north and the east that are higher quality that could be preserved. And then finally, regarding the condition 12, that would move the building east, so there would be less of a framework of seeing a number of parking spaces adjacent to the street. It would also be hidden behind all the trees to be preserved here, would be just to the right of that, and that would also be what we discussed in the conditions. And then finally, as the applicant sent the other day, this is the modified site plan dated September 25th, 2023, so it clarifies the square feet. So the footprint itself didn't change, but the square feet was reduced to, say, 33,419. Appears that the landscaping increased slightly, the agreement of the sodding to the south and west, and then increased size of the retention ponds and reducing the number of spaces down to the 282 that staff has talked about. So that would be the code minimum there. And as a reminder, back to the screen itself, the requested action is either today to deny the applicant's request or approve the applicant's request with conditions, and I thank you.
And I just want to double check on something regarding the potential hours of operation. I believe I heard you say 4 to 5, but I believe you meant to say maybe 4 to 8.
If I said 4 to 5, that should be 4 to 8 as the conditions or recommended conditions would be.
Okay. All right. With that, is the applicant on this item present or a representative? If so, would you like to come forward? All right.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jim Willard. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the applicant. Actually here on behalf of both the landowner, Catherine Ross Groves, as well as the proposed user of the property, which is the BAPS Hindu Church, Central Florida. This is an appeal from a BZA denial. So my job is to turn it around and have an approval. And the basis for that is because I think that the staff made an error in the special exception criteria and how they're applied to this particular case. Before you is the copy of the special exception criteria. There's 6 conditions. Staff indicated that the applicant already met 4 of them, so it was condition number 2 and 3 that were a problem. Condition 2 says that the use shall be similar and compatible. Not the size of the building, not the scale, but the use. The use as a religious institution is in fact completely compatible with the area, with the surrounding area of this location. The other issue that's not defined in the code is what is the surrounding area? And we maintain, if you could go ahead and go to the next slide. This is the Gotha Rural Settlement outlined in red. As you can see, the site is wedged between the 408 and the Turnpike on the north edge of the Gotha Rural Settlement. The Gotha Rural Settlement is probably 1,300 acres. That is not the surrounding area. The surrounding area is far more proximate to where the actual project is going to be located. If I were doing a special exception in Pine Hills or Dr. Phillips or Conway, I don't look at 4 square miles. I look at the area and the block and the road in which the project is located. Next slide. We believe this is the surrounding area. It's the area between, it's reasonably between the 408 to the north, the Turnpike to the south, Hempel on the east, and then the residential area to the east of Hempel. But in that area, you have 3 other religious institutions, a landscape nursery, a Duke substation, a couple of metal buildings, and you do have a very nice subdivision in the Braemar subdivision to the east, which, by the way, happened to be the last citrus grove to be converted from farming to residential in Gotha. So we think that this proposal is absolutely, the use itself as a religious institution is clearly compatible. And that the surrounding area is this reduced area, which is roughly 90 acres versus 1,300. If I want to go back to the slide number 1 on the conditions. So we think that the staff made a mistake in responding that the size and scale is too big, that the majority of the adjacent properties are single-family residential. Actually, none of the adjacent properties to this use are single-family residential. They're all across the street on the east side of Hempel. And that the surrounding rural settlement is not the applicable area in which should be measured. A much more reduced version should be. So we think that we comply with staff with condition number 2, that the use itself is similar and compatible to the surrounding area. The key is number 3. The use shall not be a detrimental intrusion to the surrounding area. Well, what makes it a detrimental intrusion? The answer is the impacts. If it is a project that cannot be seen, if it's a project that cannot be heard, if it does not have any adverse traffic impacts, I've been to plenty of zoning hearings over the years, and traffic and visibility are the 2 main objections. By locating the building back toward the expressway, as we have, it's over 500 feet from Hempel. It's only a 2-story building. Yes, it's 33,000 square feet, but there's plenty of religious institutions in the area that are that size, if not significantly greater. But with 500 feet away, with ample buffering, in fact, increased buffering as we're proposing, and we have no objection to the reduced parking and the additional trees, trying to salvage as many of the oak trees as we can on the site, because we did get a tree survey done. We believe that the pocket park and the buffering on Hempel, you have an unimpeachable traffic study, because the way the temple operates with their peak hour on a Saturday evening from 7 to 8, they have virtually no impact on the Monday through Friday traffic on Hempel. So they add very few trips. Hempel still operates at level service A or B, and they're voluntarily proposing to put in a left-hand turn lane. So we believe that when you measure the impacts of the project, that clearly it is not a detrimental intrusion to the area, especially the area as defined immediately surrounding the project. Determining whether the special exception criteria are satisfied or not, it's not, you don't guess at it. It is not discretionary. They're either met or they're not. I think that measuring the impacts of a site, whether it's by traffic or stormwater retention, which this project will meet all the modern stormwater requirements, and in fact, retain more water on site post-development than it does pre-development. But if you have no adverse environmental impacts or traffic impacts, and the site's virtually not visible, then I believe it's not a detrimental intrusion, and you are compelled to say, yes, you meet the special exception criteria. Remember that the zoning on this property is A1. If it weren't for the rural settlement designation, a religious institution is a permitted use. Religious institutions under the county code are still permitted uses in any residential zoning or in any rural settlement, provided you meet the special exception criteria. Here, we've met the special exception criteria. This property has been vacant for over 50 years. It was bought by the Ross family back in '56 as an orange grove, and it has it got condemned, part of it, for the expansion of the expressway back in 1992, and the property is going to be used. If it cannot be used for a religious institution, we think this is an outstanding use, then the only alternative is more single-family homes, which is what Gotha has turned into, is basically a residential community, and it would be entitled to do half-acre lots, and 17 single-family homes are going to generate more impact and more traffic than what this temple will. So I want to reserve some of my time for rebuttal opportunities, but I will say that we are in agreement with special conditions. There are several of them that we have not had a chance to discuss with staff because we never got to that point at the BZA. I think that with the negative staff recommendations to the BZA, it was not surprising that the BZA decided to go with a staff recommendation. But I think they misinterpreted the conditions, and when you apply the conditions to this particular site, this particular use, and the way the Hindu temple actually operates, I think you'll find that it is not a detrimental intrusion. It's actually an outstanding use of the property and will be a benefit to the community. We're going to have a couple of speakers representing the temple come up and explain how their services and how their worshiping at the temple is different than a lot of churches that certainly I was accustomed to and knowledgeable of, and why their impacts are going to be so minor. I remind you, they are not going to be leasing the property to third parties. They don't have a primary school or secondary school. They're not going to have outdoor sporting events. And, with the exception of the Saturday services, which are not even mandatory and stretch from about 1 p.m. to exiting at 7 p.m., 300 days a year, this place is going to be pretty vacant. And so they have 5 special holidays a year, festivals a year, and that's when the parking lot's really designed for, those 5 days. So I would implore you to please consider the Board of Zoning Adjustment decision as erroneous, that the special exception criteria have in fact been met, and therefore approve the special exception. We would like, if that were to be the case, we're happy to sit down with staff and discuss the conditions. We are in agreement with virtually all of them. Hit to the special conditions, please. There's one exhibit where I have the conditions of approval. You've already seen the site plan, the renderings. I'm going to skip past that stuff. Floor plans, conditions of approval. These are what we would propose. We don't, I'm personally not familiar with how the hours of operation got limited to 4 to 8 p.m. daily. The temple will be open every day, and there's going to be someone living there to caretake it. So the hours of operation, I don't think, need to be monitored. We know how Hindu temples operate, but I don't think similar hours of operation restrictions get put on other religious institutions. We don't believe it's appropriate here. The rest of these conditions are fine. Number 7, parking spaces, no problem. The access drive from Hempel Avenue shall match the existing, we want it to match the existing access across the street at the Braemar subdivision. You know, we'd like 2 lanes in, 2 lanes out, and a median where we can put a sign. To reduce it to 24 feet, we don't understand. It's 63 feet across the street. We could probably reduce it to 48 feet, but we see no compelling reason not to have a similar driveway onto Hempel similar to the subdivision across the street. And then we don't want to relocate the building on the site. We think it's more appropriate. The community would prefer it, and I think that we would have less activity on Hempel if the building were back up against the expressway as currently located. Other than that, the rest of the conditions we're fine with. No renting of facilities to the public, no public education, and a greater vegetative buffer along Hempel. I'd like to reserve a few minutes for rebuttal. With that, I'll allow the other speakers to speak. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners.
Okay. Okay. You don't have any other speakers?
No, we have. There's no speakers there's 3 members of the temple that do wish to speak,
okay.
And I think their speaker cards have been submitted.
Okay, so they will be speaking during public comment, not during the balance of your time here.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. With that, then I'm going to open it up for any public comment at this time. Do we have members of the public who have indicated a desire to speak?
Yes, Mayor, I have 22 speaker cards, so I'll read off the names. Some speakers have dedicated their time to others, so I'll call out the speaker's name, and then I'll also call out the person dedicating their time. If you're dedicating your time, just raise your hand so that I can verify that you're here. We'll start with, and you'll have 2 minutes unless you're getting some time dedicated.
Okay, and that 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, will go quickly. So trying to make sure you get to your points quickly. All right.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Speaker.
First speaker is Michelle Nunnally, and P.H. Sherrod. Are you here, Pete? Okay. So, Ms. Nunnally, you'll have 3 minutes total, and you'll be followed by Zalik Patel, and then followed by Ashok Patel. Please state your name and address for the record, please, and you'll have 3
My
minutes.
name is Michelle Nunnally. I have 2 properties, 3681 and 3691 Broadway Street in Gotha. I have 2 main concerns to discuss today.
2 minutes?
She has a speaker minute dedication, Mayor.
Okay. All right, so she has 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like I said, I currently own 2 homes at 3681 and 3691 Broadway Street in Gotha. My first concern today is safety. There are no sidewalks on Broadway Street, and it's a very narrow street. Broadway Street will be the first cut-through street heading north on the proposed temple. This specific area in Gotha has older homes and many elderly people and pets. We brought Pribble here today, who's 97 years old. Less than 5 miles away in Windermere on Main Street, on Conroy Road, past Conroy Road, it has a 2-lane road like Hempel in Gotha. Downtown Windermere is having a dangerous traffic problem with cars speeding and cutting through side streets because the traffic is backing up and people don't want to wait for the traffic. Cars were cutting through on Oakdale Street, and it became so dangerous that they have now blocked off Oakdale at 9th Street intersection to keep traffic from cutting through. They started out with warning signs to stop people from cutting through, and it did not work. Oakdale Street in Windermere is a narrow street with no sidewalks like Broadway Street and many other streets in Gotha. My sister lives on Oakdale Street and likes to walk her dogs. They were almost hit, and on another occasion, her daughter and grandkids were almost hit. Several dogs have been hit on Oakdale. This information is available from the Windermere Police that were called daily because of the rage of the traffic backing up, because of people cutting through. Unlike Windermere, Gotha does not have its own police department and will have to rely on Orange County Sheriff's and Fire Department for service, which leads me to the second concern, which is the tax revenue and additional expenses to Orange County from the temple project. This project directly next door to the proposed temple at 2050 Hempel is currently owned by the Jehovah's Witness and does not pay any real estate tax to Orange County. That is no school tax, no fire department tax, not even contribution to the library. Here's their tax bill. The gymnastics dance complex a few doors down, 2 acres, 12,000 square feet of space. They pay $15,900 in taxes. Royal Nursery, which is truly an agriculture use, that is rural settlement, pays $3,700 in taxes. The temple project is on par with a large commercial development that should pay well over $50,000 per year in taxes.
Ms. Nunley, you're out of time.
Can someone give me a minute?
Okay. So you have to kind of work that out before you go to the mic. So unfortunately, you're out of
Well, you
time.
took a few of my minutes when you were talking.
No, we stopped the clock,
Okay.
actually. Okay. All right. So with that, we're going to move to the next speaker, please.
All right. Next speaker is Zalik Patel, to be followed by Ashok Patel, and then followed by Bhavesh Patel. You'll have 2 minutes. State your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, members of Gotha community, and BAPS organization. My name is Dr. Zalak Patel. I'm an anesthesiologist working at Orlando Health affiliated facilities. I live with my husband and 2 kids in Windermere, which is just 5 to 7 minutes away from this proposed site of temple on Hempel. I was in attendance at prior hearings, and I do understand all the concerns brought in by Gotha community members. Just to give you a little background on a Hindu worship rituals, as Hindu, we all have temple at our home where we worship daily as a family. Weekly worship assemblies are an integral part of our rituals where we come together as a community once in a week. In this case, it's Saturday between 5 to 7 for our spiritual discourses. Our kids also attend the classes where spiritual teachings are being taught. They also have an opportunity to come together, play together on the gym on site. We have major festivals that we celebrate as a community together. Diwali remarks the Hindu New Year is the biggest one, where we see the highest participation from the community. And we understand traffic during that time is huge. So we do get the help from city officials to regulate the flow and not to have any disruption in the neighborhood areas. Keep in mind that this temple is solely used by its members and their family for their spiritual and cultural needs. No part of this facility will be rented out to any outside facility for any other purposes. So just for a second, let's think, if it is not this temple on Hempel, down the road, there may be some other project that may come on this land. Could residents of Gotha think of any other less impactful than this temple, which is only going to be open on Saturdays, 52 days in a whole year, with no to minimum traffic for the rest of the year?
All right.
Thank you.
Patel, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I thought I had half an hour, but 2 minutes, I'll try my best. My name is Ashok Patel. I'm a BAPS community member. I'm also a property manager that operates in the Central Florida area. Most of the concerns raised by the Gotha residents are probably due to a lack of knowledge of who we are and what we do. So this is just a 101 on Hinduism. We are Hindus. We practice the Hindu faith. Hinduism developed in India. Out of Hinduism also came Buddhism, Jainism, Confucianism, yoga, and meditation. The Dalai Lama finds his roots within Hinduism. We are a worldwide religion. Many of you have visited our facilities in Orlando and around the country. We believe in nonviolence. Martin Luther King picked up his idea of nonviolent protest from Mahatma Gandhi, who was a Hindu. Ano Bhadraha Kratava Santu, the world is one nest. We are one family. Let noble thoughts come to us from all directions. This is what we teach our children on a Saturday evening in a typical temple forum. There is one God that we know by different names, we worship in different ways. The purpose of life is to achieve a place in heaven. Daily prayer in the home as a family is a must, and this alleviates the need to going to the temple every single day. It is on Saturdays. Members of BAPS are vegetarian. We do not smoke. We do not drink alcohol. This also means that our facilities are never rented out to anybody who is non-BAPS. Respect thy neighbor. In the 30 years of the current temple location, very important, never once, despite the hundreds of apartments around us, never once have we had a complaint about noise, disturbance, or dangerous traffic. Please, I request we get permission. Thank you for your time, folks.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Honorable Mayor, Honorable Commissioner, I'll just start from where he started. For 30 years where we are currently, we haven't had any single complaint from any neighbors, whether it be an apartment or people living, any commercial, none of this. So we are very peaceful. We are community-oriented people. Wherever we go, we blend in. And that's exactly a plan for Gotha. Many people think there is bigger structures and all these things. I have done, I did one study. By the way, I live in Winter Garden. My name is Bhavesh Patel. I'm sorry, I just started straight into this talk. But I did a survey, and there within 1 mile, there's a structure which is 67,000 square feet big. Interior square footage I'm talking about. Within 2 miles, 143,000 square feet structure. Within 3 miles, there are two of them. One is 68,000, another one is 64,000. The one on 64,000 square feet is on 5 acres. So we're compared to all this, we're very small. We're there not for any impact. Everybody thinks that, it's going to have a very major interruption, all this. But when we look at all these structures, there are barely any interruption from our end. So all I'm saying in this, a whole processing, that all we're seeking is your consideration, and I wish we get your vote for Temple on Hempel. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patel. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Carol Hayes, followed by Scott Richmond, and followed by Tom Hayes and Byron Sanford. Please state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name's Carol Hayes. I live on Morton Jones Road in Gotha. We love our community, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you for a couple of minutes. Earlier on, my husband and I had the opportunity to attend some of the Planning Commission's meetings to see what the projection was for the comprehensive plan for development for Orange County. We were very comfortable knowing that our community was designated as a rural settlement. And we read the parameters which were stated for you earlier as to what that protection included, we felt comfortable that our community would retain its character, it would retain the historical roots, it would retain its little kind of enclave away from a lot of the hustle and bustle areas. I thought it was very thoughtfully planned out, and we're very comfortable that we wouldn't have to be concerned with any large situations changing the ambiance of our community. With all due respect, we're not discussing the surrounding community. It's not for somebody else to determine what is the surrounding community. We're discussing the rural settlement of Gotha and how it's going to be impacted by this project. I have two questions, because one of the things that has to do with the rural settlement stipulations is that it benefits the members of the community. So one question is, how many actual members of our community would be benefited personally by this? My other question is, how many folks here today actually own or reside in Gotha that this impacts their lives on a daily basis? Those are my questions. And thankfully, we live in America. We operate by a rule of law. So I'm grateful for the rural settlement situation that was determined by the commission. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Scott Richmond.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Scott Richmond. I live at 2018 Lake Fisher Cove Lane in Gotha. That's in Braemar, directly across the street from the proposed development. Just a quick background on me. I served for 5 years on the Board of Zoning Adjustment under 2 different administrations of District 1 commissioners, and finished my last year as vice chair. I am against this project because it absolutely does not fit with the character of Gotha. As the staff pointed out, for all their various reasons, that it doesn't meet the special exception criteria. They also talked about the heightened things that you look at for rural settlements. So does it serve the Gotha community? No. I was at the community meeting. I asked the people that were there, which are many of the same people here, who lives in Gotha? 3 people said they did. So 3 out of 800, that's not serving the Gotha community. The Gotha community is overwhelmingly against this project. So what they are asking is to have the single largest structure in Gotha, which, as you saw from staff with all the existing commercial structures, is probably equal to more than all existing commercial structures in Gotha combined. That will serve nobody in Gotha. It will serve 99% of the people it serves are not residents of Gotha. It would also be the tallest structure in Gotha with a spire of 43 feet. There are significant concerns about traffic. You heard an 800-seat church. They said 186 cars will be coming in the evenings on Saturday on Gotha's little 2-lane road that is very tiny. I also heard their lawyer come in to say that the staff didn't do their jobs right. As a lawyer, I strongly disagree with that, and I don't think a lawyer should be coming in and saying that. I also heard him say that that 17 single-family homes which could go there would be a much greater impact than this 33,000 square foot megachurch. I think that is not accurate either. And I have more things to say, but I realize my time is up, so I thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Richmond. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tom Hayes.
Mayor, Council, we have come here really just to protect the environment that we live in, and it's a precious little area. I mean, it's
Mr. Hayes, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Tom Hayes. My address is 9394 Morton Jones Road.
Thank you.
Do we start the clock
Yep,
over
I did.
again?
Yes, I did.
We are really not against any of the people that are here or their religious beliefs or what they're looking to accomplish. We just want to preserve what we have, what we moved here because of. And one of the gentlemen that spoke, what he referred to were different criteria that needed to be in place in order to make these adjustments. And one of the criteria was that it benefit the members of the community. And as my wife pointed out, there's nobody in the community, I believe, that actually would be a part of this congregation. And, it's just unfortunate. But there's plenty of property elsewhere where you can go find something large enough to accommodate, your activities without imposing on others. And that's all that we're asking for. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hayes. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Brian Sanford, to be followed by Lee Marcus, Paul DeHart, and Donna Simonetta.
Brian Sanford, 9615 Westover Club Circle. Good afternoon. Having been to the previous meeting, I was unsurprised regarding an appeal for the Temple on Hempel. Respectfully, there's a clear and conscious effort to be out of touch with the local historical preservation district of Gotha. There's no justification for the creation that would be some equivalent of a cathedral in a Catholic denomination while attempting to build such an ostentatious building in a rural and historical protected area. I used quotes for those two words as they received little to no reverence in the response letter for this appeal, as if it was just a matter of semantics. At this point, the families of the local neighborhood are understood and aware of a clear tone-deaf response to all parties that previously showed up in opposition, with nearly every attending individual actually from the Gotha neighborhoods clearly against the building of such an out-of-place structure. I also recall every person that spoke in support of this building, and almost none of them residing in Gotha. Please remember and respect the local population representation when hearing the local populace speak about their home. I am here to represent the members of my local community of Westover Club, as all members that showed up to the HOA meeting were completely against the entire project. Every member living in the Gotha community, for that matter, has shown themselves to be completely against the entire project. I would also like to reinforce the original unanimous decision by this board regarding both the use and the complete nonconformity of the updated 33,419 square foot building in a protected rural settlement. I know we were supposed to not speak to the traffic impacts or the crime rates, but to note, this very board brought up the attention of the fact that the traffic microanalysis that was done had not factored in the fact that the Hempel Road is currently an overused cut-through to Ocoee, and none of that was included in any of the data analysis that was taken into account. Traffic is impaired by one USPS truck that will significantly back up Hempel Road just by delivering mail. And that is a very large impact to the local community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sanford. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lee Marcus. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Lee Marcus. I live at 9687 Westover Club Circle. I want to address 2 points. As has been discussed, and Mr. Sanford just addressed this, the traffic is much more dire of a problem than is represented in the report that was apparently submitted. There is a half mile between Westover Roberts Road and 6th Street on Hempel. This is directly in proximity of the proposed site. For that half mile during rush hour between 5 and 7:30 p.m. on a nightly basis, that half mile takes an average of 12 and a half minutes to drive. To add an 800-seat facility that is going to be open between 4 and 8 impacts that most important time when there is a considerable impact because of the use of Hempel as a pass-through to all the development that has come up on 535. The other thing that I want to point out is there's been discussion about FLU 6.2.9 and 6.2.10, talking about the limitation. I'll indicate that that 6.29 gives an example of the type of commercial use that is consistent with a rural settlement. It says corner stores, professional services that utilize existing structures, and small-scale personal services are the types of commercial use that are consistent, the types of non-residential use. This clearly is not that. The final point is to answer the question of how many people in the community will be impacted. According to the 2020 census, there were 2,021 residents of Gotha. 0.4% were Hindu, which would be 8 people for this 800-seat temple.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marcus. Next speaker, please.
Paul DeHart.
Yeah, hi, I'm Paul DeHart. I live at 2225 Lake Nally Woods Drive in Gotha. I appreciate the time. I said this before, and I really mean it. We respect the people and the church. This really isn't about them. On its face, this just is out of character with our community. That's clear. We know we don't have a Hindu population in Gotha, so this, one of the objectives was it has to serve our community. It has to provide some benefit. It just simply doesn't, and not only does it not, objectively, it causes harm. There's going to be noise pollution. There's going to be light pollution, and there will be traffic. I mean, it's just simple. There is no benefits to us other than those negatives, obviously. When it comes to the traffic, we've talked about Hempel. Anyone that lives on Hempel, my neighborhood's across the street, not in Braemar, right next to it. I'm on the board of our community. We have 14 homes there. Braemar has their community. Scott Richmond spoke earlier. There's nobody in my community that supports this. I don't know of anybody in Braemar that supports this. I don't know of anybody in Gotha that supports this. So it's overwhelmingly something that we're against. And Hempel will just be massively impacted. Anyone who drives down that road is going to understand that it just doesn't make sense that you can have a facility like this kind of slammed into the middle right as you come over an overpass. I think it would be just a devastating consequence. We have enough churches in our community. We're 2 square miles. There's 3, as you can see, already there, ones that might actually serve the community in some capacity. A Hindu temple is not going to serve the community. And then the votes that were in favor that we saw earlier, most of those were unmapped. I don't know exactly what that means, but I just don't think there's actual people in Gotha that are responding in favor of this project. So that's all I have. I appreciate the time.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Donna Simonetta, to be followed by Hillary Pryor, and then Fundana Lyons.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Simonetta, and I lived at 9520 Lakeview Drive. I've been a resident of Gotha for 19 years. My husband and I, we currently reside in our second home in Gotha, and we moved there 19 years ago from downtown Orlando to raise our children. And I've heard a lot of people speak today and provide you with analysis and data, and I'm not here to do that, as I think so many others prior to me have done such an eloquent articulation of providing you with those facts. I'm here to talk about what it's really like on a daily basis to walk along Hempel and Morton Jones Road, because I do this on a daily basis with my dog. We take what's fondly known as the farm walk. And yes, we are a rural community. We have horses on Morton Jones Road, and a few times they've actually gotten out due to storms and they've shown up in our front yard. So for those of you who, negate the content, the comment that we're a rural community, we are. There are farms on Morton Jones Road. And my biggest concern is the traffic. It's the safety concerns of the traffic. And I'm concerned about the traffic as it is today, and even more so with a project of this magnitude. I can't even cross the street without fearing for, the life of myself and my dog on a daily basis. They've tried lowering the speed limit, but that doesn't work. We've tried having cops even, ticket people. That doesn't work. If anything, I would ask for you to please not approve and rubber stamp this project. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Simonetta. We'll move to the next speaker.
Ready?
Yep.
Hi, my name's Hillary Pryor, and I live at 9258 Gotha Road. And I've listened to what everyone has said here today, and I appreciate all of your time on this matter. And the first thing I would like to say is the resistance to this has nothing to do with your congregation and your people. We honor and respect that. It's 100% our community. our community is very rural. Coming out of my house, and I do walk my dog every single day, and I live in Gotha and I work in Gotha, so I could tell you from great experience that we have a huge traffic problem. And coming out of my house, if you go left, it's 1-lane roads each way. To get to Hempel, 1-lane road each way. And my street is all houses and a middle school. So with that being said, any time during the day when there's school going on or that drive at 5, sometimes I can't even get to my in-laws' house, which is maybe 2.5 miles down the road, for 30, 40 minutes. The speeding is out of control. I've sent multiple emails to called the sheriff's department. I've asked for help out there because the speeding and the traffic is awful. And, you know, it's imperative. This will really damage our community. When you look at these plans and this aerial that looks down and you see this building that's like cornered by 2 highways, that is not at all our neighborhood. Our neighborhood has a little restaurant, built in old historic homes, horse stables to the left, horse stables to the right. I mean, we have such a unique, eclectic community that's very small, and there's just no way that we can accommodate traffic for an 800-person compound. And I mean, I hate to reference it as a compound, but let's be honest, I mean, this is not a congregation that could fit into our community. We don't have the roads to support it, and we don't have the people to support it. I mean, it's not going to benefit our community, and it's not consistent with it. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pryor. Next speaker, please.
Fudiana Lyons. And state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giordana Lyons. I live in Saddlebrook, which is the neighborhood that's adjacent to the proposed temple. It's right in Gotha. I'm a resident of Gotha, very active in my community. And every neighbor that I have spoken with in Saddlebrook has mentioned the disagreement with the temple being built, and they're just appalled that it has been, that there is an application to get it approved now. My main concerns are in regards to the flooding of Gotha, which I know somebody else will be speaking more about. The traffic is next because, as we have mentioned, or other residents have mentioned, it is a 2-lane road that it's severely impacted by a USPS truck, trash pickup, bus, anybody, just one car that stops, it's going to back everybody else up for a half a mile at least. My other concern is, as it was mentioned, by the applicant, yes, there are other temples and churches in the area, but those will be more in the Colonial Drive that, as we all know, it's a much bigger infrastructure that's already in place there. Let's see. Other concern is how will we as residents, if this were to be approved, how will we be able to monitor and report if they're using the temple at any other times or any other days during the week? Who's going to be as code enforcer for those times? And that is concerning because I don't see how they're going to go through this trouble of building a 33,000 square foot facility just to have Saturday meetings from 5 to 7. I do see this being used more regularly during the week and at other times. And staff has already recommended to not approve it. I don't see why you wouldn't follow your staff recommendations, and that's what I'm here to really implore you is just follow the staff recommendations that have done their job, just heed their advice. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lyons. We'll move to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Judian Jimbo Gumbele, to be followed by Teresa Myers. And is Pribble Warner here? Pribble Warner? All right, okay, thank you. You'll have 3 minutes.
Could I have an extension of time ahead of time? I would like to use Sue Quinlan's time. Can I go ahead and?
You have her card?
I don't have her card, sir.
Ms. Kinlan, are you here?
Sue, yeah.
Okay, you were yielding, you filled out a card? Okay. And you're yielding your time? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll reconcile that, Joe. All right, you have 4 minutes. She has 2 people yielding time.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay.
4 minutes. Thank you. My name is Judon Gimbalo. I live on 9633 Lakeview Drive. I'm here because I oppose the case number SC 2211-118 because the location of the temple should be in a location where it can be accessible for its members and not be intrusive to the Gotha location. I'm going to address your appeal, and one of them that I would like to talk about is they state that the temple will not be visible from any location within the entire Gotha rural settlement, with the exception of the immediately adjacent non-residential uses. Please note the size of the temple was at 45,000, now it's 33,419. I don't know about you, but a 2-story building with a steeple, you can't very well hide that. It's not going to be invisible because you're going to have, they have a capacity for basketball court, gymnasium, bathroom, kitchen, office, classroom, and parking for 282 cars. Is this not an intrusion to the rural settlement area? This would make it the largest building in Gotha and only serve a few, as we have talked about a while ago. Also, I'm going to state that they had talked about the adjacent properties, that they're not residential. You have the Royal and you have the church, the Jehovah's Witness Church, and it's not residential. But right across it is Braemar. There's 53 residential homes, and less than a mile is the Saddlebrook, and also the, I was trying to think of the other location. I'm freezing up here. And so there are other residential homes. And so it would be not feasible to be able to have this large type of environment, a church right there, when it could be set aside for more residential homes. The other thing is they state installing a left-hand turning lane, and I think with that little 2-lane highway that we have, and so already we have a left-hand turning lane going into Braemar. And if they're coming the opposite and taking a left turn, I don't see how the roads would match, and that we'll be right across from each other. And we find this intrusive. And number 4, stating that the Gotha does not, they state that Gotha does not preserve the real historic character of the rural settlement in their writing. And they cited that the Gotha Middle School is not a historical. But you have to remember that we, as a community, we're not governed by the school system. The Orange County School Board set up where the schools are, so that's why we got Gotha Middle High School. So I'm going through this pretty fast. My thing is, if I had a choice for a temple, I would build it where it would be visible. I would use the classroom that you had talked about, but you said you would not be using it for those purposes. We have our churches, the other types of churches, and we get to go to it any day of the week. We have weddings there. We have events there. We have Bible studies there. And I just can't see you just using it on a Saturday for that event. And if you're doing that to appease being built on that area, then that's the wrong attitude. You need to be at another location where you can put your church out there so everybody can see it, to be able to park, and to be able to use it for all the things that you want to do. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gimperman. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Teresa Myers, and I have 3 speakers donating their time. Kelly Lillo, can you raise your hand? Kelly, Lillo. Not here?
They can't hear.
Donna Mask. Okay, thank you. Linda Walsh. Thank you. Is Ms. Lillo here?
Kelly
Kelly?
Kelly Lilo.
All right.
And
All right, so
Sue
I have-
Quinlan.
Okay. You'll have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Teresa Schretzman Myers. I serve on the board of the Historic Nearling Gardens at 2267 Hempel Avenue and the Gotha Rural Settlement Association at 9561 Gotha Road, which is also the Gotha Historic Schoolhouse. Nearling Gardens is a Florida Heritage Landmark and National Register Historic Site that is immediately down the road from this proposed site. It's not about religion. It's about water, hydrology, trees, stormwater runoff, geology, and history. If you look at the map up there, you'll see that Gotha and Windermere are on an isthmus of land surrounded by the Butler Chain of Lakes and the Gotha Basin. The Butler Chain of Lakes is connected, the Gotha Basin is not. It is a closed basin. It's geology, hydrology. The settlers, the first German colony in Florida, these were all Germans, settled here because it was the highest, driest land in the Gotha-Windermere area back in the 1800s. So all those lakes, the water comes in, it flows down into the closed Gotha Basin recharge area, and it flows right back up into the closed basin. And the only way that water gets out is through trees that suck up huge amounts of water, carbon. They sequester that, and then they release it and transpire it back up into the air. How do we know that? Orange County did 2 studies, one in 2007, one in 2019. Your own hydrology engineer said, the Gotha Basin is over capacity. It is already flooded. Stop flooding the Gotha Basin. And we keep shoving in all this high-density development with roofs, housing, driveways, non-permeable surface, and the water keeps rising, just like it did in Orla Vista, another historic community that is suffering horribly from flooding and is now becoming one giant retention pond. We don't want to be the next Orla Vista. We want to preserve the history of Gotha. And it's a proud history. We're very proud that the Nearling Gardens, we've restored that gardens in 20 years with volunteers, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, master gardeners that have come in and restored one of Orange County's most historic sites right on Hempel Avenue. It's a Florida Heritage Landmark and a horticultural genesis site where Nearling and all these Germans tested over 3,000 trees, palms, and plants from all over the world, including plants from India. The Gloriosa lily, one of the signature plants from India, many of the palms, and many of the plants that he did are from Asia and India, not just Florida natives. Another question, how is a developer putting a 34,000 square foot, 800-seat building on a septic tank? No one's asking that question. You can't do that under the Orange County codes or the Florida codes. There's no, septic, everything in Orange County, everything in Gotha-Windermere, we're all on septic tanks and wells. There's no sewer. So how are you going to do that? I appreciate the attorney, but he's using this use argument. Surrounding area use, you can't separate the hydrology. If you'll put that map back up, please. You can't separate the hydrology and the geology of Gotha from the use. That water has to go somewhere. The roads are landlocked by the isthmus of land. There's no place to go. So you can't separate that. Your own, let's go back to, and that stormwater runoff. It's going into your neighbors' yards. 3 of our neighbors on Lake Nally are flooded already. So, and these are private lakes. So yes, you are trespassing your water. Yes, you are surrounding that surrounding area. You can't separate the hydrology and geology. The Butler Chain is the headwaters to the Shingle Creek and Everglades. All the water is in that recharge area, flows south through Shingle Creek, Lake Okeechobee into the Everglades. We are a critical recharge area for the rest of the state, the Gotha-Windermere area. And you all need to understand the geology and how trees work in that biosphere. So that 8-acre lot, which has those big trees on it, that one live oak that's 42 inches can handle 48,000 gallons of stormwater per year. And if you're cutting down all the trees, and this goes not just for Gotha, but all the historic settlements in Orange County, or all those wetlands, when you're cutting down large swaths of trees, you're stopping the ability of nature, who has the best engineering machines in the world, trees, sucking up vast amounts of water and putting it back up in the atmosphere and stopping stormwater flooding that comes from our hurricanes and our storms. So when you're taking out large swaths of trees, people, you're going to have flooding, just like we're having in Orla Vista. We don't want that for Gotha. We want you to preserve our proud history, our proud horticultural history in Gotha. And yes, there is a lot of history. Mr. Attorney, I invite you to come to Nearland Gardens and let us give you a tour of some of the history that's still left in Gotha. So help us. We've got Turnpike that has 4 bridges coming through Gotha. They're going to be dumping more water. We need our Orange County commissioners to help us negotiate with the Turnpike to plant more trees to help us mitigate that water too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Okay. I'm going to give the audience one warning. We don't allow the outward clapping and making of noise. Consider this your warning. Otherwise, we will consider you disrupting the meeting to maintain the quorum here. That is not allowed. I don't want to ask the deputies to escort you out, so follow the rules is what I'm asking you to do. With that, we'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Angela Withers.
Good afternoon, our honoured commissioners and mayor. Thank you for having us today. My name is Angela Withers. I live at 712 Main Street in Windermere, but I'm speaking today as board president for Historic Nearland Gardens that Teresa has eloquently said a few words about before me. I have been involved with that project for 20 years, and many wonderful people have worked very hard within the Gotha community to protect this special piece of our Florida history. I'm going to be just very specific on a few details that I think I wanted to address regarding this whole situation. It is all about scale. The scale of this project is completely out of character with the rural settlement designations. Historic community. It is indeed a very historic community. It may not all be historic. No historic community is all historic. It's the value of what is within that community. And this community has worked extremely hard to protect that character, including the fact that each of the 5 entry points into the community has an approved designated sign designating it as the rural settlement, historic rural settlement of Gotha, and when it was founded, which was 1886, I think. So you can't say that this community doesn't care and hasn't worked hard for the settlement, the character that it has. Traffic. I just wanted to point out that there is a big proposal out there. This is right at the bottom of the bridge that crosses the 408. That bridge, the proposal is that the 408 is going to be widened by 2 lanes, which means that that bridge will be lengthened. That is going to greatly impact. So this rising bridge, people flying over Hempel, will be coming down much closer to the church. The owner has said that the would not be appropriate for houses on this site. In fact, there are beautiful big houses. You see them from the expressway everywhere, developments that come right up against an expressway. So there are options to do with this property besides a very large community church. So I think all of those things needed to be, and the septic I think is a very big element. Nobody's talked about how you're bringing.
All right, thank you, Ms. Withers.
Right. Thank you very much.
We're going to move to the next speaker.
That was our last speaker, Mayor.
All right. And with that being the last speaker for the public comment, if the applicant or the appellant in this case or representative wants to make any rebuttal comments, this would be the time to do so. And I think you have 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Mayor, thank you. Yes, I'd like to attempt to address a few of the comments made by the opponents, as well as a few of the comments made by the supporters. Many opponents said, we have nothing against Hindus. We have nothing against the temple. And yet, I don't know that they truly listened or understood what the temple members said about how they conduct their services, how often, and how their religion is practiced. It is simply different. You know, we can only say it so many times, but they don't want to believe that the primary usage of the temple is on Saturday afternoons, other than the 5 festival days a year. We do a traffic study. We have it poured over by the county staff. submitted, resubmitted, changed, modified. The traffic study is clear, and it's crystal, and it's objective, and it's been studied. It does not add key trips during peak hour during the week. It's really only a Saturday usage. Is it open during the week? Of course. There will be some cars going in and out of there. But the level of service when measured at peak hour during the week is not changed. So again, we have a traffic study. They don't want to read it. I can't help that. But the county certainly is aware and trusts its own traffic consultants, and that has been submitted and is in the record. Rural and historic. No one's questioning that the Gotha rural settlement is designated rural and historic. 30 years ago, it was rural. Today, not so much. Almost everything there is residential. It is a high-end, very nice residential community. Has very little rural characteristics anymore. History and historic is not a development standard. You don't build buildings that are historic day one. Most all of the development that has occurred in Gotha in the last 10 years is residential, and these are big homes. These are 2-story, 3 and 4 and 5,000 foot homes, and there's nothing immediately historic about them. That's what's happening in Gotha. The 8.5 acres that we have here is up against the expressway and the turnpike. It's been vacant for all these years. What they're really saying is, it's not that we don't want the Hindu temple, we don't want anything. Nothing has no impacts, and we'd rather live with that.
Well, sorry, Mr. Willett, you two have now run out of time, so we're going to close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Yes? No. Okay. All right, so we're going to close the public hearing at this time and open it up for any questions or comments by members of the board only. But before we do that, I do have just some questions for staff. First, I want to have the county attorney's office kind of address the issue regarding the use determination at this point, and perhaps other appropriate staff, if the determination that has been made up to this point has been consistent with the county ordinances and administrative rules.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of whether or not this decision is consistent with what we've done in the past, I would look to Mr. Kozak to talk more about how BZA has handled these in the past. But what I can tell you is that it is consistent with the special exception criteria. What you've heard today is an analysis of the county's special exception criteria, and the fact that the criteria includes the use shall be similar and compatible with the surrounding area and shall be consistent with the pattern of surrounding development. I think what you've heard today is a pretty good analysis of that particular criteria. I would respectfully disagree with Mr. Willard that the surrounding area is only the immediately adjacent property. I think because this particular criteria includes compatibility, that takes us back to the comprehensive plan, which does have the policies on rural settlements. So I think what you've heard today is consistent with the special exception criteria. I'll look to Mr. Kozak to talk more about how we've handled these in the past. Okay, Mr. Kozak.
That is correct. Just to follow up, that it is not except for the fact it's A1 and it requires a special exception in the rural settlement. It is in the zoning code that it is not a permitted use. It is a special exception for the use and needs further assessment based on other factors such as the comprehensive plan, because in this it is right in the zoning code a little notation that says allowed by right except for the fact you have a rural settlement. So what is a rural settlement? Well, we've already talked about the historic character, and in this case, because there are one of 5 that are designated in the comprehensive plan, is equivalent, if you will, as the Gotha rural settlement. So talking about how we've treated in the past similar assembly uses, absolutely, especially in in this part of the county where there are other rural settlements that assembly uses, not just religious institutions, but other perhaps educational facilities. They all follow the same 6 criteria that is part of the special exception, and determining all 6 is need to be a yes for us to recommend approval. So hopefully that answers the question on how we've treated it in the past and how we treat rural settlement assessments in the county.
Okay, so I think between the two of you answered the question regarding the interpretation regarding use, but you also expounded on the area and that you think that the broader area that was taken in consideration is the area of question for us to consider at this time. I heard something said by one of the speakers, and I can't remember which one now, but it was regarding, I think, the ownership, the actual ownership of the land today. Is the land in question owned by the temple, or is the land owned by someone else?
Mr. Mayor, the land is owned by Catherine E. Ross Groves, Inc., that purchased the land in 1956, and it's now controlled by her grandchildren, who are friends of mine that live out in West Orange County. They're original citrus people and had citrus properties all throughout Horizon West, Lake County, and bought and operated this property as a grove in Gotha from 56 until about 1990.
So there's a pending,
it's still owned by them,
real estate transaction
there's a pending,
in order to consummate this.
The temple is the contract purchaser of the property.
Okay. All right. And with that, I'm going to go to the members of the board. We're going to call on them in the order in which they press their button. We'll start with Commissioner Emily Bonilla.
Thank you. So my first question is about the septic tanks. Are they going to be allowed to connect to sewer, or are they going to have to do septic tanks?
The plan is to use a septic tank, and buildings of this size and nature have and can be permitted on septic. Our civil engineer here is available to comment on that if you care to. There is potable water available in Hempel Avenue, and so they will use potable water, but sewer will be on septic.
Okay, so I know in other rural settlements, the rules on using potable water or the sewage connections are different. What are the rules for this one?
So I'll defer over if we could have comments by Public Works or otherwise on. I would like to defer on those comments.
Well, potable water, Commissioner, I believe is allowable inside the rural settlements. The extension of sanitary force mains are the ones that were not allowed to be extended into rural settlements. So the potable water is allowable. The sanitary force main is not.
Okay. Definitely, I would agree that Hindu religion runs differently than, the Christian churches that are there. They don't operate the same way. So the traffic, I do see your point that it will be minimal. My other question is on the water recharge. We just got this morning, I passed out, which showed some of the recharge areas. I'm not seeing it in the Gotha area, wondering if it's because it's too small. So I was just wondering if the staff has more information on that.
I'm not quite sure if which document was handed out today, but again, I'd like to defer to the Public Works.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that document as well, Commissioner. Is that the environmental?
I don't know, but I can, if you want me to run and get the study that was done on the basin, I've got that.
No.
Well, I was just going to say there's a ton of information about this basin.
I think that because I don't know if that's an official document that we should be considering for these purposes today. We will have to consider, our own official verified documents, and so for to be fair to both parties here, I don't want there to be any conjecture about whether it's accurate or not, and I want us to be very specific about what we're talking about this afternoon. as we make a decision about a very specific application here.
Yes, so I'm asking staff if they're aware of any water recharge in the area.
There were some studies done in the Gotha Lake Nally Basin, and those studies identified the landlocked nature of those basins. I think a couple of the speakers had mentioned that as well. So there's no interconnection from surface water interconnection from this area, into the Butler chain or other points south. What that means is that any of the surface water or stormwater that gets treated, it needs to either go down and through the ground to the groundwater, or evaporate through various ways, either through transpiration or just regular evaporation. I'm trying to recall how viable the soils are in the Gotha area, and I'm just not recalling, Commissioner, if, I don't know that they're all Class A soils. There's probably a mix of soils there, based on the type of area that it is, predominantly was groves. Sometimes they don't have the best of soils for drainage, sometimes they do.
Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry, the 2019 study I referenced.
I'm good, thank you. So I do have a question about the surrounding area. I know that, this is one of those things that I talked about before in these special exceptions that we should really look at, to take away any confusion. I was saying give more power to the board, and how we look at these things, because this isn't really defined. Although I really do agree with staff, though, that because this is a historic rural settlement, that should be included in this surrounding area. So just note for, some things we're looking at in our code to look at this, because this is where one of those things can really cause an issue with us making decisions. And I was confused about the entrance of this proposed location.
Well, it's proposed just directly across from the Braemar we've talked about, so that's where it was proposed to be matching. So what they were saying is they would just like to keep the same width as what is across, but the subdivision to the east is much larger traffic volume. So staff was thinking, since trees are very important, the leveling a number of trees for the fact of providing a very large entryway, it didn't seem as efficient as it could be.
Okay. All right, thank you. No, it was just, I guess, in relation to the traffic concerns, that's where I was kind of confused about where the entrance was. And, I didn't really see any information from any traffic studies or anything like that. So. All right, thank you. That's all I have, all my questions.
All right. Commissioner Moore.
I don't have to ask about sewer, so thank you for that. My question is, with the previous approvals, there's a gym and a couple of other churches. Were there any percentages done in terms of the amount of land, the footprint that was used for the size of those parcels versus the size of the building?
The square feet was the primary research done. So I can't speak specifics on the footprints themselves, but some of the other assembly uses did have activities, if you will, and offhand I can think of one farther south, and then of course the one to the northeast it's a retreat center, I believe, so it's all activity. So the footprint sizes, I would think proportionally this site compared to the others is what we assessed as not being the same proportional scale that would be expected in a rural settlement. So if that answers your question, then it seems just relatively larger, especially for this site being smaller in size compared to some other properties that have similar building or even less building area, but larger. So,
but they're gyms and churches, aren't they?
One of the religious institutions may have a gym, I think offhand.
No, it's a gym. I just looked it up. We have a gym over here, a commercial gym for gymnastics.
Okay, so it's, again, the footprint itself would have been included in that square feet comparative to this. Yeah. So the one farther south would have, I think, was 10,500. So it's approximately a third of the size of this.
Well, just relatively, but compared to the acreage, I don't know that's true. I guess I could sit here and do some math on my own. I'd have to pull them up. All right, Jim, this is for you, the applicant.
Mr. Willard?
Mr. Willard.
Commissioner.
You put the park at the back of the property. Had there been any consideration to put that at the front?
Actually, if I could put the site plan back up. Okay, yeah, that there. The area to the far southwest along the expressway, that's not park. That's really just it's going to stay natural grass. It's lower in elevation and not being used. The pocket park is up on Hempel, directly on by the entrance. So you see the green space. I don't know if that can be expanded, but Hempel running on the east side, north and south. That area immediately to the right, which is green, is a park, and there will be multiple oak trees there that will be saved. There's a small retention pond to the left, and then we're going to wind up reducing the parking somewhat and trying to save more trees elsewhere on the site.
So there was no way to do all the green space up on Hempel and put the building and the parking way in that southwest corner? Unless there's some elevations here that I wouldn't be aware of.
You know, pushing the building to the back of the site over 500 feet from Hempel was felt to minimize its visibility and, maximize the ability of, pushing cars into the parking lot, letting them park, utilize, and get back out again. If there was a location of the building turned out to be a major issue on whether the project goes forward or not, we'd be open to relocating the building, I suppose. We felt that was the best place for.
Well, it doesn't look very rural with all that concrete, all the asphalt on the ground either. And I think I asked you that when we had a briefing. Maybe it's our code. There's no way to do grass parking either. I mean, if they're only there one day a week, why couldn't it be grass parking?
It is commonly requested, but we'd have to go back through the cycle. That's a variance for unpaid parking. So that would have been something that we would have had to advertise for to entertain such a thing.
Okay.
But it does occur for religious institutions that don't use frequently as often as a commercial use.
All right. Well, I'm conflicted because,
Commissioner,
yes.
I've just informed, code does require paved parking for required parking. For excess parking can be pervious, but that can be, that can be changed. And so, to the extent that the county would allow a significant portion of the parking to be pervious surface, that could be changed.
Well, that's good to hear. This is for staff then. Back to the other churches and the gym over there, what did we do with their parking? Are they on grass or are they paved? We're talking about compatibility.
I don't, with 100% confidence, no, but a lot of religious institutions do have variances acquired for grass parking, and they may have some. I can't think of offhand, but it's to clarify. It's still, if it's required parking or not, it would still need to go through the advertising cycle to provide grass parking.
Okay. Well, I have several Hindu temples in my Claricona rural settlement, so I'm used to seeing them. I don't have an issue with that. I'm just trying to figure out the size of the footprint in relation to the others, and could we have more grass so it looks rural, because it doesn't look very rural. So right now I'm a bit conflicted. So thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Willard, if you could clarify a few things for me. So in your statement, the first part, you talked about this would be a benefit to the community. Obviously, several members who live in that area said that isn't the case. And so could you just kind of summarize very succinctly, how does allowing this project to go forward benefit people who are not members?
I believe that if you fully understood the impacts and the scope of the occupancy and utilization of the site by the Hindu temple, it is a minimal use of the property and will have the least detrimental impact on neighbors within Gotha. It will also prove to be a substantial, capable civic and charitable organization that is a member of the Gotha community and will benefit the Gotha community throughout the year. That's all. I think it's the best possible use of that property in that location.
Other than what was required, community meetings notwithstanding, did you or the potential sellers reach out to any of the Garden Society? Did you reach out to any other organizations beyond the community meetings?
No, sir. We
Okay.
did not. It was pretty clear with the community meeting that,
Okay.
rural and historic.
Okay, so the other thing is, I'm trying to get clarity from what you said versus what members of the church said, or the temple. They said that the facility would never be rented out to anyone who is, I'm not sure if I wrote this down right, non-BAPS. But what you shared with me is that there will be no rentals to anyone, whether they're a member or not. So I'm trying to get clarification on the rental piece.
No rentals whatsoever.
Can the actual applicant come forward?
Yep.
So I can't remember which one, but one of the members came up and they said it's never rented out to anyone who is not BAPS.
It was Jalaka when she mentioned in her thing, but what she meant to say that we do not rent it out to anyone. Basically, the facility, all BAPS facility throughout the United States, we do not rent them out. We do not have any school there. We do not have any rental, as I discussed before. We are self-sufficient, all our members, they have their way of supporting temple. So we do not use that as income. So we do not rent it out to anyone, period.
Okay, so you don't use it as income. What I'm asking is could a member ask to use the facility with no cost associated with it?
No, we do not. That's basically for weddings and stuff like that, but no, we do not rent that, even for that as well.
So you will have weddings there?
No, we will not.
Okay. Not for the members of the public and not for members of your congregation? Okay, Mayor, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Wilson had a series of, I think, some questions or comments.
I actually don't, because this has been going on. I mean, I think I'm really fortunate, and if my colleagues here haven't had the opportunity to go to the Baptist Temple to do a celebration, it is a beautiful, beautiful place. The members are beautiful people, and I have appreciated and enjoyed those relationships so much. And so I really followed this closely. I wanted to make sure that when they had interest in District 1, that my office had eyes on it, and I was heartbroken when they chose a place that was in a rural settlement, because you also know how strongly I feel about protecting what we have put in our comprehensive plan for the rural settlement. So I have studied every piece of paper that's come to me. Thank you to everybody that's reached out. I've had hundreds of conversations, phone calls, emails, and thank you to the applicant's team for providing as much information as was needed to continue the dialogue leading up to this. But at this time, I'm going to make a motion to uphold the BZA's denial of the special exception. And in the interest of preserving the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the Gotha Rural Settlement, I make a finding that the following special exception criteria have not been met. The use is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, specifically with the rural settlement policies contained in FLU 622, FLU 625, FLU 6211, and FLU 6212, which are intended to preserve the rural character of the county's historic rural settlements by limiting the non-residential uses to small-scale personal services and serve the residents of the rural settlement and avoid bypass trips in cars. This use is not similar and compatible with the surrounding area, nor is it consistent with the pattern of surrounding development. In fact, the proposed project would be the largest building in the Gotha Rural Settlement, as was pointed out. The size, scale, and intensity of the proposed use would act as a detrimental intrusion into the surrounding rural settlement. So that is my motion.
All right, we do have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, there's no second on the motion. So at this time, we can entertain a potential amendment to the motion. If it is the will of the board, if there was some concern about any portion of the motion, please so state your concern about the motion, and then we'll see if the motion is willing to amend the motion at this time.
Mayor, I'd really like to look at the grass parking issue. I don't know how that would work because you said we should have advertised, so I don't know if we need to postpone, but it's just a lot of asphalt out there.
Okay, so that's one potential consideration. If the motion was to amend to allow for grass, I don't know if the motioner on this that was still satisfy her concern about, I think, maintaining the rural character and whether or not this particular structure is consistent with the rural settlement.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mayor. I think it's really important also, this board, actually, Commissioner Bonilla, while you were here, you all sanctioned a multi-million-dollar study into the basin in Gotha where they are having flooding issues everywhere. So even with a parking issue resolved, if 45,000 or 35,000 square foot, a 30,000 square foot structure, and the alteration of pervious surface, it is a potential intrusion in more than one way, and those things were vetted by staff. And I read the staff reports, I read the staff analysis, and then I listened to the BZA's analysis, and the BZA vetted all of it and really analyzed it. And I would not have come to this but for staff and the BZA's determinations.
All right, Commissioner Bonilla has pressed a button. Comments?
Yeah, I just feel that this could be worked to get to a point where perhaps both parties could be happier. I don't feel like it could be a complete no, and that's why I didn't want a second, and why I'm feeling uncomfortable about just saying no completely. I really feel it could be worked, even for the basin, and there's just different things that can be done. And I don't see that this has been worked as best as it could be.
Okay, so in terms of the motion on the floor, it fails for lack of a second. Commissioner Scott, it looks like you did press here.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to continue this to another board meeting.
Second.
With the stipulation that all parties engage in some type of community meeting. What I would recommend is, or suggest rather, would be the leadership of the different homeowners associations impacted and the leadership of the temple and their respective councils. See if you guys can come to some type of understanding. It may be a yes, it may be a no, but I think it's certainly worth
with all
having
due
a
respect,
conversation.
we did that. It's not my fault that the rest of the commissioners who now get to not even second my motion didn't attend those. We had that. We had a very robust community meeting. All of these HOAs have been involved with my office. The Baptist Temple has been involved with my office. We've done this. Quite frankly, one of the first things I said was, if they could come down to match the other sizes there, I think we would have something to talk about. But, we're talking about something that is double the size of the closest thing. So at this point, coming back out to the community, I agree with you. If there is something that makes a substantial change to match, then we have something to talk about. But this didn't start yesterday, with all due respect.
No, Commissioner. So, listen, I am not in any way diminishing the work of you and your team or the conversations that had. But we know when there are many voices in the room, there are many opinions. What I'm suggesting is that they have a different conversation. And one of the things that I'm saying is because there were discrepancies that I asked about the use of the facility in terms of, whether or not they'd rented. I've asked that question even before. And so I'm just thinking, it serves them better to have a conversation, if for no other reason, when they come back, we have a clearer voice from both sides to make a better form of decision. You had the traditional meeting, that's what we're supposed to do. But I'm just saying, trying to have some conversations, because now it puts us in a situation where we have to make a decision where if I vote one way, this group is upset. Well, another way, this group's upset. I'm just saying, if it does get to that point, I'm just saying it warrants an additional conversation. I know what you did, and I'm not, again, not diminishing you in any way.
I appreciate that, but I think it's also important to note that staff, which this doesn't happen very often, recommended a denial because it doesn't comply with our comprehensive plan in regards to rural settlements, and that was a substantial legal basis for that. So I do think there's also an important recommendation here from staff and from the zoning agency that also reviewed this.
Understood.
And to dismiss all of those things moving forward and continuing this, I just want you to know that those are the parts that led to the motion. This motion wasn't made flippantly. It wasn't made because I didn't do my due diligence or did my homework. It was made because there was an abundance of information that came forward, and I mean from 2019 on, but more specifically once staff did their report and once the zoning board did their hearing. That really led me to this.
So my last comment is this. Speaking with my BZA representative, I know it was voted unanimously to include the person that I appointed. One thing that was shared with me in the conversations that I observed is that they were asking about whether or not there would be some adjustments to the property to a degree that would satisfy the community. And so what I'm saying is it doesn't hurt to have an additional conversation that doesn't put us in a situation where we're at odds. And so I've made my motion. I believe I had a second by Commissioner Moore. Mayor, may we move forward to a vote?
Commissioner, we need an actual date and time to continue to for that motion.
Can we go to?
And you might want to check with the applicant as well on the continuance.
Okay, so just a couple of things in terms of point of order. Commissioner Wilson's motion died by a lack of a second. There was discussion about it, so it dies. At this point, Commissioner Scott has offered another motion, and because I just want to make sure we did it properly, because there was some talking over one another. Commissioner Scott, would you restate your motion?
I made a motion to continue us to another meeting. John, do we have a date potentially?
It depends on how far out you want to look, and then if there's any particular formal engagements the board's requesting. I think I heard a community meeting, and again, I know that's been done previously, or if they're just conversations more kind of in a smaller format fashion between the applicant, maybe some HOA representatives. So it depends on the sort of the context of what the board may be looking to accomplish between now and then. So
I'm not saying like a formal community meeting. I'm just saying leadership from both sides have a conversation and revisit. So Mr. Willard, do you have a time frame for that? And I don't know if the president of the Gotha HOA Association could, a month, a week, what would be?
There isn't one.
There is no association.
Sorry. So.
We would make ourselves available for such a meeting, yes.
John, I'd say in a month.
So, Commissioner, we've got future dates, October 24th, which does have a couple significant items in the afternoon. November 14th would be another date, and then we have also a board meeting on November 28th. I know that pushes us out about 2 months.
Thank you, John. I move to continue this to November 14th commission meeting.
Second, Moore.
All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Commissioner Bonilla has indicated a desire to speak.
Yeah, I just want to express, I really do agree with pushing this off and having these conversations, because it is clear that there is confusion on behalf of some of the comments that we heard. There is confusion. So that needs to be cleared up. And I've had, controversial stuff in my district a lot too. And we've been able to come to a place where we all come together, but that takes time. It takes getting everyone in front of each other and really having those conversations at the community meetings where you have dialogue back and forth. It's not just a presentation, which, nothing, on staff, but that's how those communities usually happen. You have a presentation. It's like, this is what you're getting and that's that. That's not the way to have this type of communication and how we're going to move forward. So I just want to move forward. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Moore?
I just wanted to say to the applicant, just so that when we have our conversations that come back to us, I mentioned the grass parking. Also, an advanced treatment septic, that's a no for me if we can't figure that out. And then I would love to see some different orientations on the property, that it would look more rural from Hempel and put the majority of the development right on top of the the interstate there. So I'm assuming he'll be coming back to us with a reworking of the plan and then show it to the community.
So if I may, if we are moving forward to November 14th, I'd like the attorney's office to chime in, but that doesn't allow us for potentially, unless we choose not to remand back to Board of Zoning Adjustment to adjust the advertisement for any type of variance for grass parking. Otherwise, if we're comfortable in moving November 14th, with all of this, it seems like we're piling a lot of things into a very short period of time that essentially the staff report would be due in only a matter of few weeks. So I'd just like any kind of input.
Mayor.
Okay, let's hear from the county attorneys.
Mayor, Mr. Kozak is correct. The grass parking would require a separate variance. And so if that is something that the board unanimously wants, I think perhaps the applicant's going to need a little bit longer to go back through that process and include that as part of the project.
Time period?
And the applicant just said behind me, if they could clarify, they're saying push it farther. So I'm not sure what that means. We already talked about January 9th for another case, so.
Mayor, I had a question for County Attorney. He made a statement, remand back to the BZA. Can you expand on that? What would that look like from a time standpoint?
I think what he's referring to is if the board chose to send this case back to BZA to reconsider it, but at this point, nothing has changed based on what you've done today. You've asked the applicant to go back and have some more conversations and revisit their actual project. So there isn't a lot of benefit today to remanding this back to BZA. I think if that's the direction of the board, you're better off doing the continuance and allowing the applicant the time to kind of revisit the actual site plan and the parking. I know, Mayor, you had asked Mr. Kozak what the timeline was on getting another variance for the parking.
We just talked behind me here. The applicant is also, we talked about the same January 9th, 2024. There you have engineering, you have other considerations that you need to take place. So that could be a consideration if so moved.
Okay, so with that, Commissioner Scott, you would have to amend your motion to give the time for all of what has been recommended to occur.
John, can you provide dates?
January 9th.
I said James, I'm sorry. My bad.
The only other date that we Commissioner, the only other date I can confirm in January that's scheduled yet is January 23rd, 2024. Yeah, January 23rd, 2024.
Mayor, I move motion to amend to continue to January 24th, 2024. 23rd, 2024. Tongue twister, sorry.
And that's at 2 p.m.
At 2 p.m.
Thank you.
And second more.
Thank you.
All right, so we have an amended motion at this point. If there's no further unrest, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous at this time. Thank you all for your presence. We're going to move forward on our agenda at this time. All right, next item up is item E7. And we're going to open, as you're leaving, please remember we're still in session. So quietly leave, quietly. All right, the next item is E7. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and this item is going to be framed by our Public Works Director, Mr. Conkle. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing E7 is the Village F Master PD Shops at Lakeview Development Plan. The site is located south of Murcott Blossom Boulevard and west of Sidell Road in Horizon West Village H. The request is to construct 19,989 square foot retail shopping center on 2.44 acres. There are two waivers requested to allow 0% of each building to be located at the front setback line along Sidell Road in lieu of the required 50% for each building. The property is designated Neighborhood District on the Horizon West Village F land use map. and is zoned PD as the Village F Master PD. The aerial shows the surrounding areas developed with single-family subdivisions to the left and wetland properties to the east. Here is the site plan, the development plan, showing the proposed buildings and the layout. The buildings on the bottom left or bottom right of the site, and then on the northern portion of the site. Our recommended action: make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Village F Master PD Shops at Lakeview Development Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1, and staff is available for questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Conkle. Is the applicant on this item present? Would you like to come forward and make any comments? He's waving on that opportunity, and with that, we'll go to the public comment portion. Are there members of the public present?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a potential motion?
Recommended action.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous with those present. Commissioner Moore is absent for that vote. And with that, we'll move to the next item, item F8. Open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Conkle, once again, will ask you to frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing F8 is an amendment to the Spring Isle Plan Development. The site is located on the east side of Golden Isle Boulevard, north of South Avalon Park Boulevard. The request is to allow the use of outdoor boat and RV storage as an ancillary use to the recently constructed self-storage facility. The property is designated planned development on the future land use map with an entitlement program consisting of a mix of residential and commercial development, and the site is also zoned PD as the Spring Isle Planned Development. The aerial shows the surrounding area developed with both retail and single-family uses. The next slide shows the area where the enhanced landscaping is required as part of condition of approval number 11. And you can see the green arrow or green areas on the east side of the proposed area. Here's the overall land use plan with the affected area circled in red. The recommended action: make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Spring Isle Plan Development Land Use Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. The Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 4, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Conkle. Is the applicant on this item present? And if you'd like to come forward, you can for any comments. All right, he's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. This is Frank Cawthon, FHC Development. I was the developer for Spring Isle here on behalf of the applicant. Happy to answer any questions. We concur with staff.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Stand by. Are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, for a potential motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that the conditions with the buffer, Nick, is that a part of it? Yes? Okay. Okay, so I will move for approval.
Second, Scott.
All right, Commissioner Uribe was a little fast on the draw there, Commissioner Scott. So she is the seconder on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous with
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Bonilla being absent for that vote. With that,
thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to move to the next item, F9. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Conkle, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing F8 is an amendment to the Sand Lake Plaza Plan Development. The site is located on the north side of West Sand Lake Road and east of Orange Blossom.
That's F9, right?
F9, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Public hearing F9 is an amendment to the South Lake Plaza Plan Development. The site is located on the north side of West Sand Lake Road and east of Orange Blossom Trail. The request is to remove the unused multifamily, age-restricted senior adult housing entitlements from the existing PD development program and add outdoor recreation uses for proposed sports fields and sports pavilions to support the existing church operating on the property. The property is designated commercial on the future land use map, and this site is also zoned PD as the Sand Lake Plaza planned development. The aerial shows the existing church surrounded by commercial, multifamily, and single-family uses. Conditions of approval 11 through 14 address additional buffering and noise restrictions adjacent to the single-family areas immediately to the west. Here is the overall land use plan showing the outdoor recreation area on the northern western portion of the property. Our recommended action, make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Sand Lake Plaza plan development land use plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. The mayor and commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 3, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, sir. If the applicant or his representative is present and would like to speak, this would be the time to do so.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Good afternoon.
Commissioners. My name is Sam Sabali. I'm the president of Florida Engineering Group. My address is 5127 South Orange Avenue, Edgewood, Florida. We concur with the staff recommendations and the conditions of approval, and I will be glad to address any questions which you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sabali, and applicant.
I'm Rob Garrett with Discovery Church, in case there's any questions that I can answer.
All right, stand by. With that, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we're going to close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Rebay. Question?
If we could you list those conditions for me? Because I know when we were at DRC, there was a heated conversation over a wall and things like that. I wanted to make sure that natural buffering was consistent in those conditions. Just want to make sure that there wasn't anything else.
Okay, I'll start with condition of approval number 10. It talks about the outdoor recreation areas for sporting activities shall be limited to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday and 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. Picnics and or after church functions may be held once per month in the recreation areas between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. on Sundays. The hours may be extended each day by up to 1 additional hour for cleanup. Condition number 11 is exterior lighting shall be compliant with the county's exterior lighting ordinance. In addition, all pole-mounted fixtures shall be full cut-off with fixture color temperature of 3500 K maximum. Illumination levels shall be a maximum of 0.5 SC foot candles at the property line adjacent to any residential use. Glare visors shall be installed and field adjusted to prohibit off-site light spill. The photometric plan shall be submitted and approved by Orange County staff prior.
I'm okay, Joe.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted, I guess my clarity really was.
Number 17 says buffer.
No, yeah, well, I mean, when it says here, sound buffering along the western side of the pavilion shall be addressed at development plan stage. I just want to make sure that natural buffering, because I know there was a conversation that day about a wall, and I really, when you're looking at a 7-lane highway in front of it, I wanted to make sure, because that changes the cost. I just wanted natural buffering to be considered for that.
Right. 14, Commissioner, is enhanced landscaping consisting of shade trees planted 25 feet on center shall be provided along the western and northern boundaries that are parallel to the outdoor recreation area. So there is a requirement for planted trees.
Okay, well, like on 17, when it says buffer and wall requirement shall be as follows: a 6-foot masonry or concrete wall. I just wanted to make sure that natural buffering was being considered as an option, not just a masonry wall. I just, I want the applicant to feel comfortable, and I want to feel comfortable moving forward with this, because we know that what happened at DRC, so that's all I'm just trying to do.
Yes, Commissioner, we do appreciate the clarification. On the west side, there is an existing wall.
Okay.
And the concern was with noise from the pavilions, and we believe that the separation, there's about 125 feet separation between the pavilions. and the residential on the west side, and there is also the wall. So we believe that the vegetative buffer, there are also trees, there is the canal and
The
the
canal,
trees.
yeah.
So there's the wall, the canal, the trees, and that separation distance. So what we would like to do is incorporate some additional vegetative buffering along
I'm in
that
agreement
side.
with that, and I just wanted to make sure that was clear
Right.
on this as we move forward. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All righty. With that, motion for approval with conditions.
Second, Gomez?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous, and Commissioner Bonilla is absent for the vote. We'll move to item G10. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Jason Sorensen, our chief planner from the Planning Division, is coming forward to frame this item. And with that, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. This next item is a board-called conventional rezoning in District 4. This is a request to change the zoning district from A2 Farmland Rural District to R1A Single Family Dwelling District on a property located at 1590 O'Berry Hoover Road. The property measures 0.68 acres, and the proposed use is to split the lot into 2 lots. Again, we are located in District 4. The future land use is low-density residential. The zoning is currently A2, and the proposed zoning is R1A. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it 1 lot south of Iroquois Trail and on the west side of O'Berry Hoover Road. 76 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 0 responses in favor and 7 responses in opposition. A community meeting was not required for this request. At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there was 1 speaker who spoke in opposition to the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the requested R1A zoning. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, is the applicant on this item present or a representative? If you would like to come forward to the podium.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Shivam Kothari. I'm here on behalf of my parents for Carol J. Kothari. And is there any?
You can stand by if you don't have any. You can stand by and we'll.
Okay. I don't have anything.
Okay. All right. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we're going to close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. Would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Okay, my motion reads as, I make a finding of inconsistency with the comprehensive plan and recommend denial of the R1A zoning request because the smaller lot sizes that will be permitted under the R-1A zoning will be incompatible with the existing larger residential lots and the adjacent R1 AAA and A2 zoning.
Okay,
Second,
so
you
your
read me.
motion, just for clarity, your motion is different than the motion on the screen.
Yeah.
That's correct. Your motion is for denial. And there's a second by Commissioner Uribe. And with that, no further question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Okay. I'm not sure who was the no. Commissioner Wilson was the no. The motion passes of 5-1. Okay. All right, and with that, we're going to move forward to the next item, which is the presentation regarding the Transportation Planning Division for the I-Drive pedestrian overpass. And Ms. Hardy, how long do we have?
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here to present the International Drive overpass to you in a work session, so no action will be requested at this time. So,
Mayor, if your question was how long is the presentation, maybe 20 to 25 minutes?
I'll go as fast as I can.
Okay. All right, well, and then we have the library board meeting, I think immediately after 5:01. Okay, all right.
Okay, so we'll go over the inspiration, configurations considered, preliminary bridge concept alternatives, and the recommended alternative, and the summary of findings and next steps. The inspiration for the bridge is part of the district goals. The county has spent several years with stakeholders developing these goals, and they ask that projects be connected, that they celebrate pedestrians and all modes of mobility, they be complete, they serve everyone from tourists, residents, and employees in the area, that they're authentic, and they reinforce the community. They help the area be prosperous, and they are sustainable. This is the location. It's the intersection of Sand Lake Road and International Drive. I like this illustration because it shows the FDOT divergent diming intersection that is currently under construction. It also indicates that additional lanes will be included in the future to an already incredibly busy intersection. The project goals were that the overpass had to be iconic, it had to be safe and provide for accessibility for ADA. It had to enhance the pedestrian experience. It had to make the experience unique and recognizable, and it will provide lighting for safety. It also had the important goals of reducing impact to existing property owners, and improving the vehicular capacity of the intersection, and minimize the need to relocate existing utilities. So this map on the left indicates that this is indeed a very busy intersection, or AADT on the two intersecting streets ranges between 36,500 and 22,500 vehicles per day, and that is before the divergent diamond is completed. The map on the right is a walk shed, so it shows you where pedestrians can reach in 5, 10, and 15 minutes, and as the map shows, a significant area beyond the actual overpass itself will facilitate people for quite some distance. Staff, at the beginning of the project, went to the intersection and took pictures. I'd like to say these pictures were all taken within 1 hour in the afternoon. There are 4 series of 4, and you can see in each of the sets of photographs the existing traffic and pedestrians are interacting with each other in an unsafe manner. You can see one bicyclist is forced off the crosswalk into the street, and this is very typical of conditions at this intersection. It's very busy. Many of the people do not necessarily know how to function with our traffic and our pedestrian requirements, and pictures make 1,000 words. These are, in the very beginning of the project, our consultant brought these in. These are different forms of structures that we could use, but they also show that innovation is happening all over the world for pedestrian overpasses. The project started with a project advisory group comprised of iDrive business and attraction representatives, the business district, the Chamber of Commerce, the Convention Center, Florida Department of Transportation, who have partnered with us on this project technically, the Orange County Sheriff and Orange County Fire Rescue, who have been critical components of this project and have served on the PAG and have served and met with us many times, and Orange County Planning Division, who had the idea originally. So they've been an important part of the project as well. We had 4 PAG meetings. The first meeting was introductions. The second meeting were criteria and different considerations. The third meeting, we looked at the alternatives. And in the fourth meeting, we selected the recommended improvement that will be brought forward to you this afternoon. We had 2 public meetings, one in February and one in August. The initial one introduced the project and the preliminary designs for the bridge, and the second meeting introduced the 2 promoted alternatives and the recommended alternative, which was accepted by the public. Both were well attended, and both had a lot of questions and were positively looked at. In the beginning, we considered a lot of different configurations from X to square to I. I was very popular on the I drive, but it did turn out to be more expensive and greater walking distances. So we were looking for short walking distance and constructability. We are not able to shut down the road. DOT will not allow that, so we have to construct off-site and crane in and build overnight. So that became a big consideration. We also looked at access. So we looked at ramps. Not taking up a lot of real estate was very important. And as you can see, ramps are very real estate intensive. We looked at stairs, and you can make switchbacks on stairs. So stairs were very favorable. We also looked at escalators. It was suggested as a form of ramp, but escalators are notoriously difficult to maintain and are also known for breaking down regularly. So we selected stairs. And here's how we configured the stairs. We asked that the stairs be low incline so that somebody who is less able or somebody with children in tow could easily go up the incline of the stairs that are proposed. And they also have large platforms where somebody can stop and take a picture of the community, or stop and rest, or stop and wipe their kid's face, or, if they need a minute, we provided a space for them to do that. Here is the drawing of the platforms we're proposing on each of the four corners of the intersection. The bridge obviously comes out at the top of the platform. We have both stairs and elevators. The elevator is on one side of the platform, the stairs are on the other. And that large space offsetting the bridge on the opposite side is available for the Four Corners property owners, which they really like, to attach to their buildings, provided that is done with our aesthetic and our design criteria, and obviously our safety requirements. The elevators are sized to accommodate an emergency response team and all of their equipment. That's 2 personnel and a gurney. And if an elevator is inoperable, responders can unlock the doors at the top and allow access to the other elevators, or they can use assistance tools, which they carry on their equipment, to take a person who would be wheelchair bound or otherwise incapable down the stairs, and then they bring their equipment down with them. And they can also contact the elevator company, who have response teams that work with them. And these are hydraulic elevators. They can gently lower that elevator to the ground to get people off at ground level. If the elevators are completely inoperable on all 4 corners, responders can access the structure from an emergency access that will be put on the bridge portion of the structure in design. And we will work again with our emergency response partners to make sure that that is exactly what they need. Crosswalks, as shown in the diagram, are located both north and south of the bridge and east of the bridge. The I-Drive interchange is to the west. And so if it becomes totally inoperable, it's not like people won't have access. We will not have crosswalks in the intersection. Those will be removed, and I'll show you more about that in a little bit. So the 2 most popular bridge concepts were the X configuration, which the PAG favored, and this configuration, which is intersecting Cs, which was number 1 when we ran the science and engineering. It's cost, travel time. So we took both of those designs forward. And in summary, we're going to eliminate those crosswalks, and we'll increase the pedestrian safety and reduce traffic. The corner wrapping seat wall barriers, which I'll show you, will be required to prevent people from attempting to cross the intersection on grade. This has been negotiated with Florida Department of Transportation, and we are in agreement that this will be possible. We will meet visibility standards for vehicular traffic. The bridge configuration has little impact on space required at the intersection corner properties. The bridge configuration evaluation matrix showed the intersecting C is the highest rated option, but the second rated option was the X, and both of them met the criteria of operation, aesthetic, budget, and iconic gateway access. So then, I have to go back. Oh, nope. Okay, we'll just go forward. So the 2 considered were the the wave concept, and these 3 slides in the row showed the wave concept. This one is from looking on International Drive. This was not selected. It was designed to mirror the aesthetic of the convention center, and the selected option was the drone concept. And here's the drone. That top shield is photovoltaic cells, so it will be made as sustainable as possible. As we move into design, we will be meeting with Florida FPL and Duke Energy to see if we can demonstrate some innovative technologies for solar design on the bridge, and do that as well as doing this iconic structure in the county. And we've removed some of the solar cells from the edge of the bridge, so we put the eye back, and that made everybody very happy. So if you're in a helicopter or you're flying over International Drive in a plane, you will see the eye for International Drive again. Here's the structure looking from the Sand Lake Road profile. You see the wing walls on the bottom that will barricade the corners to prevent people from entering the street, and also provides protection from vehicular traffic to a certain extent. You'll note that the elevators are glass front, and they will be glass interiored to allow emergency services or law enforcement to be able to see immediately what's going on in the elevators, and to keep, it's also very attractive, but it's basically to keep it visible inside the elevators and prevent crime. Here's a look at night looking down Sand Lake Road. You'll notice that the top of the bridge has lighting in it. It will be able to be lit, and the Board of County Commissioners can decide to light it seasonally. You can put whatever you want. It's a projection system, and it is stationed such that it's not a problem with Department of Transportation. So here's a closer look at the roof and some of the lighting for the bridge. Here's a look from the International Drive side, so you can see how the stairs wrap around, and the towers that are for the elevators are still visible, that the entire thing is, again, very aesthetic. I will tell you that our architects have looked internationally and have found no other structure that looks like this. So we have achieved, or they have achieved, the assignment of unique and iconic. Again, at night, this is on the International Drive side at night, so you can see some of the alternate lighting. Although you don't see the roof quite as well from this side, we will light the rest of the structure in a very attractive manner. This is on the bridge. That grid, that fencing is required by Florida Department of Transportation. That's probably a little bit large, but that will be to DOT criteria. The criteria makes it so you are not able to throw anything from the bridge onto traffic, and obviously we don't want somebody accidentally falling off the bridge into traffic, so that will prevent that. And this within here is where our access for emergency services will be, somewhere in here. One of the advantages of this being more curved, which was part of the structural necessity. So we started with the X, and to construct off-site and come in, we needed a bigger center to remain stable during construction. But one of the added benefits is in this C shape, every step you're getting a new vista. You're seeing a new part of the I-Drive. If you get on a straight X, you look at where you're going, and you go from where you are to where you're going, and you're really not experiencing International Drive or the intersection. So this will enhance that experience. Here's another view, just so you can see what it would look like looking down a different street. And now, can you see that? That's a video. Oh, here we go. I have a video for you. So this is the matrix. The yellow bar is the recommended alternative. And as you can see, the approximate total cost is around $35.5 million. If you go up a little bit in that column, the actual construction costs are less than $30 million. Right now, this is very early estimates. But we have included the cost of design and the cost of construction, inspection, and a little bit of utility relocation in this cost, so you have a better idea of what the true total cost will be. And the selected and recommended improvement is a little bit less than the alternative. And in summary, based on the project advisory group input, we focused on the X and the intersecting C configurations. Both schemes had the same vertical circulation elements as determined by analysis of the PAG. The resulting designs are both iconic as they have a unique configuration in plan and unique expression of form and structure. And the drone scheme was identified as the approved direction to meet the operational, aesthetic, budget, and iconic gateway criteria that was placed on the project. And right now, real estate management is in negotiation with the four corner property owners and other impacted individuals in the district. And at the time that they complete their work, we would enter into agreements with the adjacent property owners. We will then receive a final report on the bridge, and we will use DOT as peer review. They have requested and agreed to do that for us, so they'll be looking at all of the portions of this, including the structural and vehicle and everything that they do as well. And we're pleased to have them on our team in that capacity. And we'll also coordinate with them for any memos of understanding for signalization or other components. And then we will be back to you at some point in the future to bring it to you in a hearing and ask for your approval to go to design and construction. And I normally say at this point that you can ask me any questions, but this is a project and we're very proud of it. So I'd like to say that Mr. Nastasi and Mr. Sanders and Mr. Vargas are here from staff. They have been an integral part of this project from beginning to end, and that HHCP Avcon created a joint venture to do this. And we have Mike Chetham here with us. He's the head of architecture for the bridge. Mr. Baldacchi, who's the project manager, is not well and he was not able to be with us. He sends his apologies. But we have Annalise Majetic here, who's a structural engineer, and she'll be happy to answer any structural questions you may have on the bridge. And then our partners who have worked so hard with us on this project. We have Ms. Kimberly Buffkin, who's the division chief of Orange County Fire Rescue for planning and technical services. And we have Scott Workman, who's the assistant fire marshal with us. And we have Martis Matt, who's the division chief of operations. And then we have Brian Brink, who's the battalion chief in the area of the bridge. And if you have any safety or response questions, they're here with us tonight to answer any questions for you as well. So
all right.
If you want to know anything, we're here to answer.
All right, so because we do have the scheduled library board, the final public hearing for it that's supposed to start at 5:01, I do want to try to get us to start as close to that as possible. So to the commissioners, if you have questions that you absolutely got to ask right now, we're not going to stop you from doing that, but in deference to trying to start as close to that 5:01 as we can, which is a statutory requirement. Sometimes things come up, you can start slightly later, but I want to get us close to it. So do you all have any burning questions? Otherwise, we're going to say thank you to our staff. If you have questions, kind of get with the commissioners afterwards. This is a major project, and it will be something iconic for our community. So with that, I don't see no one is jumping up and down.
It wasn't a real super technical question.
Okay. If there are technical questions.
It's not.
Okay. Okay, what's the question? Go ahead. Commissioner Wilson.
How are you going to keep the glass clean?
Maintenance.
It's beautiful.
What was the
Actually,
question again?
You know, you're wondering, those of us who try to figure out how to even keep our shower doors, how are you going to keep that glass clean? Honestly, it's a really beautiful project. I want to thank everybody that worked on it. I got to go to a couple of the meetings, and it's just unbelievable to watch it come together. So thank you.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
I just had a couple questions. Maybe you can follow up with me if you don't mind just taking them down. One was, how many people do the elevators hold? The ones that are going up and down? Two was, what's happening on the billboards? I know that they were very active in the meeting, and there's a huge billboard right there on the, I guess, west-south corner. And the impact on the businesses when you talk about what you guys are going to be negotiating with the businesses that are going to impact, and in the timeline. Thank you.
And just for the reference for the commissioners, one thing I asked is, if someone is disabled and they can't walk, what happens if those elevators go down? Because you did talk about it? Yep. Okay, all right. All right, with that then, we're going to go ahead and adjourn at this time our Board of County Commission meeting for today, September 26, 2023. That concludes the business of our regular agenda, and we will prepare to move immediately into our library board meeting. A little bit of changing of the guard has to happen. All right, I'm going to go to Orange TV. Do you all need to do a countdown all over again? Okay. Just keep rolling. All right, I think everybody's in place, so we're going to just simply keep rolling. We're not going to do a countdown, but let me welcome the viewing and listening public to our final Library District public hearing to consider the library's millage and budget. We will now adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Orange County Library District Governing Board. I'd like to welcome Ms. Stephanie Hidoshia from the City of Orlando as a member of the library's governing board. We ask anyone wishing to speak to please complete a speaker card if you would like to speak this evening. Speaker cards are located in the lobby area. Speakers will be taken in the order that the cards are received. We ask any speakers to limit your remarks to 3 minutes so that all who desire may have an opportunity to speak. I'm going to call on Mr. Steve Powell, the Director and CEO for the library, for opening remarks. And with that, Mr. CEO, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. The purpose of tonight's public hearing is to consider and adopt the Orange County Library District final millage and budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023 and ending September 30, 2024. The following materials are available at the information desk in the atrium area just outside the doors to these chambers. Copies of the budget and millage resolutions. These documents provide the library's final budget and millage information for fiscal year 2023-2024. There are copies of these documents available for distribution. If you wish but did not receive one, please visit the information desk or see the Orange County Library System representative in the atrium. The items to be considered tonight include Orange County Library District final millage, Orange County Library District final budget. At the conclusion of the public hearing, we will announce and adopt the final millage to be followed by the adoption of the final budget. Mayor Demings, with your permission, I would like to call on Mr. Christopher Shoemaker, Library Chief Financial Officer, to announce the library's millage information.
All right, Mr. Shoemaker, you're recognized.
The following final millage rate is hereby established and fixed for the following purpose. The associated percentage is the percentage by which the millage rate adopted herein exceeds the rolled back millage rate. The final millage rate is 0.3748. The rolled back millage rate is 0.3407. The final millage rate is 10.01% above the rollback rate. Mayor?
All right, thank you, Mr. Shoemaker. With that, I'm going to go to the public. Are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
No, sir.
All right. With that, then, is there a motion to adopt the millage resolution?
Second, Wilson.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Looking to the clerks to make sure you got it all. Okay. All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And now, Mr. Shoemaker, would you announce the budget information?
The final fiscal year 2023-2024 Orange County Library District's budget is $146,306,000, which is an 18.56% increase over the prior fiscal year. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Shoemaker. Also, are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard on the budget?
No, sir.
Okay, we have none. Then with that, we'll close the public hearing. And is there a motion for adoption of the budget resolution? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. And with that, Ms. Herdosia, is there anything else that you'd like to say today?
That is all. Oh, it actually works. Okay, that is all.
All right. All right. There's no other business. Mr. Powell before us at this time?
No, Mayor.
All right. Then we stand adjourned with this hearing. And thank you all for your presence this evening.
Thank you all.